Move over a little bit. I don't want the door with other.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Get Lifted. 30 is the new 20. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe, and click the notification bell so you're notified the next time we post or go live. I'm Live.
I'm smiling jello. What's good, y'all? What's good? Um, got a few topics to discuss tonight. Um, Obviously, the showrunner, the main topic that we started with, that we were going to talk about today, was should women in relationships have male friends?
Are they allowed? But should saying like you should do it. Like, that's saying different. Like it needs to
Well,
happen.
because allowed is crazy. Should is more.
But
It's
should
a
is saying
choice.
like you need to do it because you should.
Well, it's a choice. So it's encouraged, but it's not required. Versus allowed, meaning you can only have this or not. So it's not a. I don't want to say that. You can frame it that way, but the showrunner is can she have friends? So
Yeah,
basically,
can she? That's
um,
still saying.
should she have friends? You know what I mean? If she has friends, is that a problem? If she doesn't have friends, is you know is that the way it should be? But there's a lot of other things um, that came up. I'm still building on the showrunner. There's a few things that's been going on. Um, Dirk's trial. Some people know about it. Some people don't. I want to talk about that a little bit. Um, there's been a lot of other discussions as of late that's been going on that I wanted to talk about as well, and some general questions to people. I want to see how people feel about a few things. So that's what. How's everyone weekend been so far? How's your weekend? Anything exciting? No?
It's really gotta get all the way back to purgatory again. Come on.
Yeah, I was talking to. Well, I always talk to coworkers. I was talking to a coworker about that because I have a coworker that has a lot going on, in their personal life and in their work life, and for the most part, I'm an ear to bend. I'm not a counselor or anything like that, but I try to give the best advice that I can to people. Um, considering everybody's different. Not to mention, I am a guy, right? So talking to a female, she's gonna get probably different information from me than she would from one of her female friends. Hence the showrunner. You know what I mean? Like, and not to say because I was having arguments with guys about that. Not to say that it's like the worst thing ever for a woman to have male friends and the worst thing ever for a guy to have female friends, but you gotta have discipline. You gotta remember that you're in a relationship. So with that in mind, you know, you gotta have a little bit of respect for the person that you're dealing with. But in any case, just back to what we was actually talking about, like she deals with a lot in her personal life, and she has to supervise several representatives for the company that we work for. So, she always has, difficulty navigating with, different emotions from the representatives that she has to support. And then like the company micromanaging her doing certain things, and she just feels overwhelmed a lot of times. And I just, the most simplest advice I can only give her is the advice that works for me is like just don't bring work home with you. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you there for 8 hours, maybe a few more if you in you know, a leadership role. But if you not, what I mean, when you get off of work, that's it. That's the end of your shift. You go on to do whatever else you got to do after you get off of work. So it's not it's not the end of the end of the world. You know what I mean? Because you had a little situation, but some people internalize it, and you know, you can't. I mean, job is just to make ends meet to some extent. The best that you can do, unless you got multiple jobs. But when you got a job, you just really just trying to budget what they giving you. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of times people feel like they not getting paid what they deserve. You know what I mean? At these jobs and for what they ask you to do. So my best encouragement to people is take the sacrifice and try to make a path for you to start your own business. You know what I mean? Don't rely on your job to be to hold you down all the time. Because when you want to take time off, sometimes you won't be able to. And if you want an advance, they will often never honor it. So I just say that just to take it like a grain of salt. You know what I mean? But my weekend was, I mean, it's pretty routine. Um, had a customer, and this is another thing about business. I had a customer who, um, and this is from my personal business, not from my job, who asked us to do a job. We had a contract, and they decided after we had already committed to work, and we almost and pretty much almost finished the job that we signed on for. They decide, oh yeah, we're taking too long or something like that. You know, mind you, he has his religion, so that interferes with our work time. So we can't just go in there and complete our job.
And he told him how long it was going to take because he asked him, and that's not the
Right.
time frame yet. It didn't reach that.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about hours, that doesn't mean days, right? So some people take that as like days. If I tell you something that's going to be 32 hours, that means it's going to take 32 hours to complete the job. We're talking about drying the paint and things of that nature. That doesn't mean it's going to be done in 2 consecutive days because we got to prep, we got to do all this other stuff. So once we get started, we may do 6 hours today. We may do 6 hours the next day. We may do 6 hours the next day. And if it's 32 hours, 666, what's that? 18. So we still got another, what, 14 something, or how many more hours would that
Six
make
times
32?
six is 36.
So,
6 times 5 is 30.
but I'm saying that's what I just counted was only 18.
I
Six
know.
times
So
three. So like if we only did 3 days of
five.
work, you feel me, and we only did 18 and we gotta do 32, you feel me? We only got
Yeah, do
about
five
12,
to get to 30.
14 more hours left
So
of
two
work,
more days.
a few more days. You
Well,
feel me?
that's 30, and then a couple other 2 hours.
But they make it feel like, you know, we not doing what we said we was doing when it's an inside job, right? So an internal job, we could just knock it out. But people don't understand, like when you professional, get out the way type stuff. You know what I mean? Like we gotta work around you and stuff like that. So that takes more time. Cause now we not trying to be rude. You know, we got a job to do, but you paying us. So we and the thing is, when we give you a contract, we giving you a set price. So if the time goes beyond the time that we said, it is what it is. You still got your price, which is considerably reasonable. But it is what it is, you know, at the end of the day. Um, but yeah, other than that, weekend was straight. You know what I mean? Just always a lot of running around. That's the only thing. But other than that, that's regular. Like, you know, as men, we gotta run around. That's what it is. Um, what do you did you hear about the dirt situation? So Dirt about to get life, from what I'm hearing. He about to get life. His boy snitched on him. Like his boy like snitched on him ugly too. Like you like his boy is the one that murked everybody. But he was murking people that Dirt didn't even want him to take out. So he was doing the most. So it's like, how you gonna snitch? You know, take a plea because there was like, so are you trying to go home? And his response to this is transcribed or whatever. His response to lawyer Brian Still was, "I want a number," meaning he don't want just life without the possibility of parole. He want 20 years or whatever. You know what I mean? He want a number. Like he don't want straight up life. So, so I mean, nobody wants to spend. You got kids too. You feel me? I know you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, but bro, choices. You made a decision to do certain things, and um, now that you made that decision, now you want to go back on it. Like, bro, you made your bed. Now you gotta lay in it. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be crazy, man. But how you feel about that? You think do wrong for telling, or you like it is what it is? Like, you want to go all your family? I don't care about that snitching. So,
I mean, I think that if you live that life, then you should abide by the rules. But a lot of people don't anymore. So, and it doesn't matter to me because I don't live that life. And if you didn't put yourself in that position, you wouldn't have been able to get told on if you was living righteously the way you should have been. So you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. There's no honor amongst thieves.
yeah, yeah. I was just telling my boy this the other day because something happened local. I'm not gonna really, I don't give names. So something happened local. You know what I mean? So we was talking about it, was chopping it up about it, and you know what I mean. I pretty much said the same thing, but then it's like when you get to a certain point in life, not to sound like some lecturer or something like that, but when you get to a certain point in life, you make a decision where it's like I'm not gonna do what I would consider to be dumb shit because I feel like criminals make the ultimate risk when you decide that you want to go into a life of crime. You make the ultimate risk. So I'm saying I don't think you should go into the situation unless and I'm not condoning it, but I'm just saying if you want to be logical about it, because the world that we live in today, anywhere you go, any country you go to, it's a capitalistic society. That being said, you really want to make sure that whatever you do, there's a means to an end. you don't want it to be something that's going to be forever, unless it's a legacy driven type of thing. If it's just something that you're doing, a score of some sort, I would say you want it to be the most lucrative opportunity that you could get out of it. And not only that, you want to make sure that nothing can come back to you. Everything is tight, alibi. You know what I mean? Nobody gets hurt. Nobody. You know what I mean? Because the what you already committed a crime, so now you know you're gonna do 10 years or something like that, right? If you get bad, you don't want to add um, murder. You don't want to add you know uh, a to it. You know what I mean? You don't want to add, and what I mean by A is salt, right? So you don't want to add those dynamics to the situation because now you digging yourself in a deeper hole that you probably won't be able to get out of. Now, a lot of people be like, damn, they made this mistake, but nobody knows who they are. Nobody can connect them to anything. There's no names or whatever. This is why, and if you guys ever seen the movie, if you haven't, go check it out. Reservoir Dogs, classic. Um, Movies like that, it's like, okay, if you if you do a score and the first point, these dudes are random, you don't know who they are, you don't know where they live, you don't know their Instagram name, you don't know nothing. They have aliases. The only person that knows them is the man that's in charge of the job. And he's not connected to it by any means. So everybody has a code, a color. That's their name. Mr. Pink, Mr. Red, Mr. Yellow, Mr. Blue, Mr. Black, Mr. Whatever, right? So everybody got their own name. You know what I mean? But it's a color. So nobody gives any names. Nobody knows anybody's background. One of them is a cop that's undercover. And he's been working undercover this whole time. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a crazy movie, but based on like what I'm talking about, if you're getting involved in any criminal activity, it's best to not have any connection to the people that's getting involved. They know y'all in the same gang or y'all in the same. It's easy to throw a Rico at you because somebody gonna sing, especially when they got a lot to lose and they sweeten the deal by giving you something. They know what they doing. They playing you against your team, so they know you're gonna fold. They already know. But it's just like, you know, do you take the bait or do you like, what I mean? Do you do your time and just shut up? And I don't think nobody really just does their time when they get bagged for something with somebody else because you could get out of it. Now some people be saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do my time," but the people that be in jail that say they didn't snitch, they be telling young niggas, "Yo, don't be stupid like me." Because none of my boys came to visit me. You know what I mean? They see the hard part of it. You know what I mean? When you actually live that life, there's consequences that come with living that life. And one of the consequences that come with living that life is that when you make that sacrifice, you made that sacrifice on your own. So 9 times out of 10, the people that rock with you is probably not gonna rock with you. And I hate to, your friends, yeah, they cool, they your friends until they be like, man, I ain't going down with that nigga. I heard people that I grew up with for my whole life. I heard them say, people are stupid because they take the fall for somebody else. So I'm not making this up. Like this is like, you know what I mean? Well, I'm not making it up, but I'm not gonna say it's everybody's situation. But from my experience, this is exactly how it plays out. Somebody is going to tell on you. People been telling on people since the first grade.
Taking a fall for something that you didn't do is different than you being a part of it too. And you're telling because you want a lesser sentence, but you were involved. That's different. Because some people just literally were completely innocent. They took the fall. Now
Okay.
that I feel like that person don't. The person that's
another side of
allowing
it.
you to do that, it
Right.
doesn't really care about you.
That's
because
definitely another
they
side of
would-
it. That's different. Yeah, that's something else. That's not this case, but yeah, those. That's a different
Because that
dynamic.
wasn't taking the fall. That's not taking the fall. If y'all both guilty, you just trying to snitch because you mad and you're like, I don't.
No,
you,
I'm talking about something associated with a dynamic that happens relatively often in the hood, where
Yeah,
people
but
where
I'm
people
saying
be
if
like, yo,
someone
like
says it like
I'm gonna
that,
look
I'm not-
out for my nigga because da 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 da. Well, niggas say, yo, I'm not taking the fall for anybody in context of what we were talking about. Well, with that conversation that I'm relating to, he was talking about if somebody did something and you was with them, you're
I
not
know,
taking
but
the
I'm-
fall
what
for
I'm
it, meaning
saying
you're
is-
gonna tell like, yeah, this dude had all that stuff in the trunk. He had this stuff. Instead of just mum's the word, you just keep your mouth shut. That's what
Yeah,
that's
that's
what I'm
what
talking
I'm
about.
saying. That's
Snitching
not-
is telling no matter what. Like
Yeah,
it's not
that's
about
not-
taking a fall or anything.
No, but
if
I'm
you
saying
tell
if
something
they
to
say
somebody,
that,
well, I'm saying that's
that
the
ain't
context of
taking
our
a fall.
conversation. But sometimes people say that. That's
Yeah, that's
related
what I'm saying.
related to
I
the
know I'm
context.
not
That's how
denying.
people
I'm
have
saying they're
addressed
taking
that.
away their own accountability by saying that. Because if you were involved in it, then and you got caught, then you deserve whatever happened.
Here's the
it's
thing.
not taking
If,
the fall.
if
Y'all
you're
both
not
guilty.
well, look at it like this. If you are hanging out, now here's another thing. If you are hanging out with certain types of people, they happen to be criminals, and you know that they might have such and such or whatever, and you put yourself in that situation. When you say taking the fall, or you gonna tell, or something like that, to that, to that extent, I feel like that's still snitching because you were aware that you were in that situation with that individual. So to me, it still looked the same, but you could call it what you want. Now, I'm just saying, there's people that they civilians. They not hood niggas. I'm a civilian. I'm not a hood nigga. I grew up in the hood, but I don't consider myself to be like a gang member or anything like that. You know what I mean? But I have
people around you that's like that. They don't get you wrapped up in that shit.
That's respect. That's respect.
You, that's what I'm saying.
You gotta.
They wouldn't expect you to put your life on the line because you lived a whole different life for them.
Right, but then I don't go on jugs with them. I don't go like when they about to go jump somebody or whatever. Yo, take this ride with me. Like if we go take a ride, it's to do something business related. That's not criminal type.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
Because they respect you and they know you're not into that, so they not.
Yeah, but I'm just saying people gotta be more aware. Like I still feel like
they'll be like, you ain't.
I still have loyalty. So even despite that, because I still have loyalty, they don't expect me to probably tell, but they will probably tell themselves. That's not a normal dynamic, but that's not a normal dynamic. I'm speaking to the generality. So the generality, when you hear people saying stuff like that, I take it as a grain of salt.
If they really cared about you, they would tell on themselves. If you get caught, they're not going to make you
like you
go
said,
to jail
no
if you're not really
nobody
involved.
Nobody cares.
If you're not involved, I'm talking about what you just said. If you're just friends with them and you live a whole separate life and don't have nothing to do with that, and y'all get pulled over and they got some shit in the car, it's my shit.
I'm saying
like,
for young people
really
that might stumble upon this.
That's a real person. You shouldn't
for
be
young
living
people
that
that
life.
probably might stumble upon this. Don't even entertain it. You know what I mean? That's why I don't talk about myself because again, and I said this several times, the objective view is from the that's what I'm talking about. I'm addressing the objective view. So when I'm put in it, it changes it because it's not objective anymore. Now it's subjective. It's based on the narrative surrounding my experiences. But I'm talking about overall experiences. And overall experiences is just best to just avoid the situation altogether.
You should avoid the situation. But I'm saying if you had someone like that, if they really cared about you, that is what they would do. They would just take accountability.
That's good to acknowledge. That's a good acknowledgement. Acknowledge that, right? Like it's possible. But I'm just saying, it would behoove you to just avoid that. Don't deal with those type of people, and don't deal with that lifestyle. If somebody's doing something that doesn't align with your lifestyle, then you should eject yourself from that situation. That's probably what your parents would tell you. You know what I mean? A lot of motherfuckers probably not gonna say that, but I'm gonna say that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say that from shit that I've grown up in and shit that I've seen. I'm going to tell you that. You know what I mean? Definitely don't put yourself in that situation.
Because if everybody did that, then
now speaking to that, now that's good that you said that discourse, because that's really
think about where you grow up. You're gonna not
look at
friends with. You're gonna not talk to none of the people.
Nah, you can always make friends. Life is about relationships. You can always make friends. But check this out.
If those are
Chief Keef had a watch party about his trial, and then the conversation came up. Him staying away, did that improve his odds? Like, is that the reason why, you know, he's in a better situation right now? So I was watching on Instagram, and it was showing how he had his friends. I don't know if it was legit, you know what I mean, but it wasn't AI. But he got his, and they sitting there and they watching the court hearing or whatever. So so let's talk about that. So he was from their area, and then he moved to Cali. Everybody that was around, a few people got out and they doing like podcasts and stuff like that.
You live in an environment that you're able to do, but most people aren't.
Well, the question is, when someone becomes successful, should one of their first priorities be changing their environment?
If you grew up in a place that you need, that you should, if it's a violent area, you're gonna get yourself in trouble. Yeah.
Okay.
But that doesn't apply to the situation where you grew up. There's constant violence.
Well, you said yeah.
I said yeah, depending on where you, because that wouldn't apply all the time. You could be suburban,
depending, but you still say yeah.
From the suburbs that had a good life, and then you went into the entertainment industry. No real need for you to move. People only do that because of the environment that they're in is negative.
So then,
if
no.
That's the case. If you live in it, it's not. It depends on the situation. If you have to for your safety, for your survival, and be in your best interest, then yes. But if you already live in a decent area where that's not necessary, then unless you just want to.
All right. So that's your take. So okay, I'm gonna say no, not necessarily. And the reason I feel like, and I've always felt like this, I don't think location has anything to do most of the time with people, with their progress. I think it's people. A lot of times, and I talk about this all the time, mindset is everything. A lot of people don't have the right mindset. So experience, but hold on, let me finish my point. A lot of people don't have the right mindset. So you moving to another location doesn't necessarily improve your mindset. So things that I would encourage people to do before they relocate is get their mindset right. Get your shit together mentally and figure out what your plan is, because you got to have a plan of execution. My boy said to me the other day, he said he's thinking about relocating. You know what I mean? Because he wants to take on a venture. And I asked him, okay, when you take on this venture, I asked him, do you plan on relocating, or are you gonna just take the information and start one here because it's untapped? He was like, yeah, I'm thinking about relocating after I get my shit together. So I'm like, I bet. Well, you know what I mean? I definitely wish you the best of luck. I'm gonna come and visit. I'm gonna support you. You know what I mean? But I was like thinking, like, shit, if he started this shit up here, I'll be in. I'll help him. You know what I mean? Because he's around, and it's something that I also know about too. So I was like, shit, why not Why not? Because it's a big bag if you do it the right way. But it's another labor thing. You know what I mean? So it's like labor. I'm not too big on labor. I like to outsource. But if it's lucrative, if I can make a lot of bread off of it, hell yeah. I definitely entertain the idea. It's nothing wrong with that. But I don't feel like I don't feel like it's entirely necessary to relocate whether you're in a bad area or not, because you don't dictate how the area is. But if you do become successful, if you really care about your environment that much, you can improve it. Now the thing is, if you got oats and shit like that, you got kids or whatever, are your kids moving with you? You know what I mean? Do you have a significant, do you have a partner, or are you a loner? If you're a loner, that's different. You know what I mean? Those are all the other variables that you got to deal with. Do you have family where you're going to? It doesn't matter to some people, and some people it does. So that's another variable. So that's what I'm saying. If your mindset is already, I'm gonna do this by myself, I can manage by myself, then yeah, go ahead and do it, because you've already been moving that way. But if you've been moving that way and it hasn't been working, is it not working because of the environment, or is it not working because of you? And then you're carrying those same characteristics to the new location. So you have to adjust whatever is not working with you. If there's people in your life that's not working, you got to separate those people from your life. You know what I mean? And however you think you can do it. If relocating separates those people from your life, then do it. Like, and only way I can think about that is a lot of times for women, they would do it because they're in an abusive relationship, witness protection program or some shit. You know what I mean? They gotta move because motherfucker whooping their ass. But if it's just a mental thing, the environment, you hearing noise or something, you know what I mean? You can't, it's easier said than done. You can't let the distraction stop you from doing what you need to do, because they're gonna be everywhere. And then relocating, it's a fresh start. You cutting people off. So like, this may help you or hurt you, because now you got to make a whole new network. And I would say like down south, it's a lot of cool people down there. You know what I mean? It's snakes everywhere, but it's good to go to an environment where it's more people like me, and they have their own shit, so we can pour into what they have. They got their own businesses, they got their own shit. So it's just cool to see that. You know what I mean? That's why I love the South, but it's so slow. Like I love what I love. Like I love the city. You know what I mean? I'm so used to it. I appreciate it. It's my roots. It's grassroots for me. So I want to start. It's nothing better than that feeling of starting something where you was born at. So to have something where I was born at, to me is crazy. Like LeBron winning that championship in Cleveland. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he could have went to Miami, Lakers, wherever, but getting a win at home for me is big, and that's competitive. That's the competitive nature, and you got to have that to be successful in my
So I'm talking about going off of because we started it with Chief Keef. So that's why I was saying if you're because you said it worked out for him, or they talked about how did he um whatever, how did that work for him moving? And yeah, you do have to change your mindset, but sometimes you have to be, if you weren't taught a particular mindset and you just learn from your environment, it's a negative environment, you don't went to jail, you've been shooting up people and selling pharmaceuticals, and that's all you know, and all the people around you is doing the same thing, and if a change of environment will be best, because you can't change everybody's mind, and you're just one person, you can't change the whole hood overnight. You can come back and do it. So I think, and if you want to be a certain way, or you're going down a certain path, I should think you should be around people that are already going down that path, and that will help you. But if you're stuck around people that's in the mindset that you're trying to get out of, and that's all that's around you, you're not gonna want no different. You're not, because you're stuck even if you want to change, it's gonna be hard, because everybody around you saying, oh, come on, take this ride, come on, do this or that. You could say no, but how many times you gonna say no before you change your mind? That one ride could be the worst decision that you made. because you might not make it out, or you might be doing 25 to life on that ride. So yeah, you do need to change your mindset, but sometimes in order for that, you got to be around people to help you in that direction. And it may not be people like that where you come from.
Is leaving where you came from abandoning your people or protecting everything you work for?
You can always, if you want to help your hood, you don't have to live there to help. You can support, help in the community. You can still go back and visit and do stuff, but you can still live where you live. Like you could move somewhere else until it gets to a point to where you feel like it's safe enough to where you could come back. But because that's not gonna be an overnight thing if you just one person doing that. Like that's gonna take time.
Can getting out literally save your life, freedom, and future?
It can, but that depends on the person. Like if you a person like Chief Keef, that probably did save his life and his future. But if you just if you wasn't in the streets or whatever, and you didn't, you was working a 9 to 5 or something before you got successful or went into the entertainment industry or whatever field, that allowed you the opportunity to be able to move somewhere else, then I don't think it's really it's not really necessary unless you just want to. But in a lot of these cases where people moved away from their home is because they grew up in a bad environment, and it's still pretty much the same way today, even however many years ago they left. Um, and you could say it's their responsibility to help, but everybody got to have that same mindset, because if it's just one or a couple of people doing it, then it's not really gonna do much to change. Like you won't be able to see the changes as much if it's only a couple of people doing it, because it's gonna take so long. All the people that done left gonna be in the ground by the time they not even gonna be able to see the real change if more people don't think like that. So if you want to think about yourself and protect your family, because you gotta be worried about yourself more than anybody else and your family, because nobody, like, you can't think about what the world thinks or how the world feels about your decision. You gotta do what's best for you and your family if you have, like you said, kids or whatever. Obviously, I hope if you move somewhere, you would bring your kids with you. If you are, I don't know, if you ain't, I don't think, if you're not together, if you have kids with somebody, y'all not together, I don't think either parent should move out of the state. They should live in close enough proximity so that the child is able to see each parent as much as they need to. But yeah, I think it just depends on your situation. If you ain't in that life and it's like, what do you? I mean, yeah, you can move into a bigger house if you want something bigger or whatever. But money, once you get to a certain point, it don't even matter no more. Once it get to a certain number, it's like you just rich. You don't even, like, people be having houses with 20 bedrooms as homeless people. I I would just talk about this the other day, like, and it's like, are they responsible to saving the whole world? No, it's not one person's responsibility, but it's like, why do you need 20 bedrooms? And why not do that? Why not help someone if you, or help people if you in that house you spent 20 bedrooms, you could have paid for um another shelter and help in a program that help people reacclimate back into society, um after they've been living on the streets and stuff. Help them find housing and look presentable so they could get a job. Um, you know, I forgot what state it is. They, if you live, I gotta look it up. If you live in a state now, in your homeless, it's illegal to be homeless. So, and they said if you can get arrested, or you have to work for free to, or something. It's like slavery. Like basically, if you don't. If you're homeless, then they can make you work for free to get you off the street. Like that's the exchange or whatever. Like you're not getting paid, but so you're not. But that's like slavery because you're being forced to work because it's against the law. Like you don't have a choice in the matter. If you live in that state and you homeless, this is the repercussion. I forgot where it is, but that's crazy. But you gotta protect your neck. You gotta think about, like I said, what's best for you and for your family. So in June 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the city of Grants, Pass versus Johnson, that local governments can enforce bans on public camping and sleeping outside, even when affordable shelter space is lacking. This ruling allowed municipalities nationwide to issue tickets, levy heavy fines, or arrest unhoused individuals for sleeping in public parks or sidewalks. In July 2025, the administration issued an executive order encouraging states and citizens to clear homeless encampments, prioritize civil commitment, and voluntary institutionalization for mental illness or substance use, and redirect federal funding away from housing first miles toward enforcement and mandatory treatment.
So, so ChatGPT is saying Tennessee has laws that criminalize certain forms of public camping associated with homelessness.
Yeah, sleeping
But that's
outside.
yeah, but that's it. But I mean,
But if they're homeless, they have to sleep outside.
maybe they did that in Tennessee because those people are probably harassing the people in the area. Maybe it's in an area that they, I don't know, like a public area or something like that, and they want their the citizens to be able to come here without, because you would have figured they would probably do something like that on the green when you having a huge event, because if you really have like people around, you don't want them coming and washing in the fountain and stuff like that.
For sleeping outside, they said you can get arrested.
You could. I'm pretty sure they'll give you time to leave, but they'll give you a fine or something. But it says statewide laws restricting unauthorized camping. So they telling you to move, get out the way. No Luda. Success gives you, so when I say this, let's generalize success. So it's not so big. We're not thinking Donald Trump. We're not even thinking Chief Keef. We're talking about success because now we're talking about people distance themselves from certain environments to avoid being brought down with their peers, right? So success gives you something you didn't have before, options. Money can provide a safer neighborhood, better opportunities, travel, and distance from old conflicts. But having the option to leave doesn't mean everybody takes it. What's the point of becoming successful if you continue exposing yourself to the same risk you were trying to escape? So that further supports your point. So go ahead, tell me.
There isn't one. That's it. What? Why would you do all that for? Just to waste it, like King Von. Like why you or and other people like him? Like you became successful and you didn't live where you. Well, I don't know. I think he moved. Yeah, he moved from Chicago and then you got into somebody with some. Yeah, he got into it with somebody that he probably would have never even met if he wasn't famous. He lived in a whole nother state, and that was the reason for his demise because he couldn't change his mindset, like you said. So that is a component of it. But yeah, what's the point? You had all that money, you ain't have no before. It's not a reason that I agree with, but you had a reason to live the life that you did because the environment that you was in. You got yourself out of it. Your friend helped you get yourself out of it, and now you don't have to do that more no more. But you so addicted to that lifestyle, you can't. It was the reason for your demise. So yeah, there is no point. If you do all that and you the only person in your family, the first person to graduate from college because you said any level. So we talk about regular people. And sometimes nobody finished high school. You're the first person to finish high school, and then you get on the block and start slanging pharmaceuticals and get knocked, and you in prison or you get unalive because of people that you hanging around. What was it for? You did it in vain.
All right, so I'm gonna go a little bit, and I appreciate that answer. I'm gonna go a little bit different with my response, just to make it interesting. Because I see loopholes in all of these questions because the questions are it's very vague. So it's like you can make your own assessment from what you hear. But what is the point of becoming successful if you continue exposing yourself to the same risk you were trying to escape? There's several risks, right? When you grow up in the environment that we were raised in. There's straight bullets that come through people's windows, but you can't necessarily avoid that. That's a freak accident. That can happen anywhere that you go, right? That it could be less, right? But and we can go by probability. It can be a higher probability, etc. But let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's just keep it basic. Let's keep it easy for everybody. Um, the reason that you would still tolerate those risks, like Dr. Umar, uh, Ice Cube, it's a few people that never left the hood. You know what I mean? Jada, because they trying to clean things up. They trying to fix things personally. If you're that type of hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. We'll talk about that after. Hold on. Let me finish my point.
I'm asking you.
I'll answer it after. I'll answer that. Because that really I'm just throwing people out there. That doesn't have anything to do with my point. Um if you're trying to clean up your neighborhood or you're trying to, you know, make things a little bit better in the environment that you were raised in, that could be the point of putting yourself at risk. Malcolm X, you know what I mean? He was still relatively in the area that was a pretty dangerous environment at the time, but he still stayed there because he wanted to help his people. Everybody's not Malcolm X. Everybody's not all these people that we named, that we threw out there. But I'm just saying, if you decide to be, maybe there's an outreach type of person, you know what I mean, a street team or something like that. They get their hands dirty. There's this group called Unity or something. I forgot what the name of their group was, but there's a whole bunch of black men. Some of them were previously incarcerated for a certain period of time, and they walk through the streets of the hood in the hardest areas. And you know, if you live in Connecticut, then you know what areas I'm talking about. So like, it might have been like the jungle, it might have been the tribe, it might have been all different types of places. Not too much going on in the tribe nowadays, but they walk through these areas to try to, you know, give stuff back and provide a safer place for these kids to go out and play and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So those individuals, there's not a lot of those individuals, but those individuals are putting themselves in the same risk. Well, they're risking their safety in some cases to try to help us. You know what I mean? So we gotta appreciate those people. So that would be a point, but that's an outlier. You know how we feel about those. So well, how I feel about those. But yeah, it there is a point, but if you're not using that point again, like like we was talking about conditions of, I mean, whatever. If you leaving from the hood, like that could be a condition for you to still be in the environment or still put yourself in those risky situations. So I accept your answer, but that's just my feeling on it. Can you
Yeah,
outgrow
that's what I said. Like you can do outreach or have programs stuff. I didn't. That doesn't mean don't go back just because you live somewhere else.
No, I didn't
But
say that. I'm saying, but
that is
that
a
could be
good
a point.
idea.
That could be a
Like
point.
Jada Kids, he opened up businesses. I don't think he lives there, but
I don't know if he does either, but
he comes there often, and he still walks around. They still like. That's what I'm saying. You want to live better, like I would think so. Most likely, the place
some people
that you
still
grew
got
up in
families
is
that live
not.
there, so you still
Yeah,
want your families to to live good and shit like
Yeah,
that. You know what I mean? So can you outgrow your friends?
I think you can um if your if your mindset changes and theirs doesn't, because that can create a natural gap, because you may be interested in different things before. The things that you connected on before, you may no longer have interest in those things because you might want to live your life differently now. Like, so you don't have the same conversations anymore. You don't have the same things in common. And I think people change as life goes on. You're not going to be the same person totally. It's like your personality wise, yeah, that doesn't change, but your belief system may change, your morals and the way you view the world as you get older, that changes. And some people don't really change much, it stay the same. Some people are shallow, but for the most part, I think people do grow, and I think that happens often. Not just your friends, you can outgrow anyone that's been in your life for a certain amount of time if you're because if you naturally just move different direction and not an intentional thing, it happens involuntarily. And that's just, you have to find your new tribe of people that you connect with. I mean, you could still probably, if it gets to a point of where it's like you don't see the value in that friendship anymore, and but it may not be that deep. You may still be able to still chill with them, but it's just a different type of relationship than the way that it was when it started.
Good answer. Uh, People grow at different speeds in different directions. Your childhood friend may genuinely love you while still living a lifestyle that no longer fits your future. You know, simply put, you know what I mean? And people growing apart or having distance in between that shouldn't mess up your friendship, especially if your friend supports you. You know what I mean? And you're doing something positive. Does loving somebody mean they have to continue having the same access to your life?
I think if you really love somebody, those feelings don't go away. But if there's a reason why that's deeper than your feel. That's why feelings don't really matter to a certain extent. Like, even if you love someone, if they're putting you in predicaments where it hurts you, or it's just not good for your well being, like emotionally or mentally or whatever. Like, if they're, and it may not be intentional. That just may be how that person is. You might have to love them from a distance and just go on with your life if they can't be a person that's pouring into you in a positive way because of whatever they got going on. Because, like I said, it may not always be intentional that they're hurting you. They hurt people. Hurt people. People do have bad habits, and some people are not gonna let go of their bad habits. And so you gotta care enough about yourself to make the decision: is it worth it to remain, to allow this person to continue to have access to you if they're bringing you down constantly? Like, you really just gotta weigh the pros and the cons and see what, compare the two, the good things that this person bringing to your life and the negative things. And if there's more negative things than good, then you probably should remove yourself. But your feelings, you don't just shut them off. You can't just shut them off just because someone is not in your proximity, just because you don't see them or speak to them. If you really care, you care. But it just looks differently. They may feel like you don't care anymore because you removed yourself, but that's not necessarily true. Cause and that's the perception, because they're like, oh, if you loved me, then you would say no, but I love myself too. And if you can't show me that you love me as much as I love me, and this is, you're having a negative impact on my life, then I gotta let you go. I gotta love you from a distance, unless you can change, unless you can love yourself enough to change into a person that deserves to continue to have access to me.
I agree. Um, you know, what I mean, just to piggyback, if if you love me, um, once I grow, your access to me might change, but that doesn't mean that I don't care about you. Like I gotta move like the movers move. Like I gotta do what I gotta do. So if you understand that, you know what I mean, then we cool anyway, because you understand that. But most of the people that I know, I mean, they might feel with men, like I look at it like this, with men, I don't even know if they care. Sometimes I don't care if they care. You know what I mean? But I gotta do what I gotta do. Once we got to a certain age, all of that, yo, you gotta do this and you're supposed to do this, and I'm not supposed to do shit. Like I'm only supposed to stay black and die. That's it. Those are my objectives. Other than that, like nobody can tell me what I'm supposed to do. I'm not going off of no particular manual. I'm just trying to live my life to the best that I can. I'm trying to be what I think is a good person. Fuck what everybody else thinks is a good person. You know what I mean? I'm not murking nobody, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm out here helping people, trying to help people for the most part. So I don't care how people feel about shit if I'm doing what I feel like is right for me. Let's talk about loyalty versus preservation. Loyalty is usually considered honorable, but when does loyalty become dangerous? If maintaining a relationship repeatedly exposes you to legal trouble, violence, financial problems, or unnecessary conflict, is distancing yourself betrayal or maturity?
I think the person who's ever causing the harm, inflicting the pain, they're betraying me because you putting me in harm's way, or you putting me in a situation to where I can end up in harm's way. And if you cared enough about me, then you wouldn't do that. And you're also putting yourself in, because if you don't care about yourself first, because you putting yourself in that, if you got me involved in it and I'm getting in it, so you don't care about yourself enough. That's not betrayal to leave. I'm betraying myself if I stay, because what I'm gonna stay in an abusive relationship. They say the hardest time of leaving is, I mean, the hardest part of the relationship is when the victim tries to leave, because some people get unalived in that process because they don't want to let you go. You try to move somewhere else or go somewhere, they could find you. Some people don't care about the law. You could have a restraining order, and if they didn't damn near kill you, then they don't really do nothing. Like they be like, "Oh, did you know it was them? Did you? You don't have no proof or whatever." Like, and it's like, or if they ain't really do nothing, that's a crime. Like, they came to your house, but they're not gonna just arrest you for that. Even if you got a restraining order, you're gonna be out quickly. It's not gonna be like you're gonna do year. You have to actually physically cause harm or make a threat, and then people be knowing what they can and cannot do. Some people will play with you. This lady was like, she had, and I was going to talk about this real quick because it's go along with it. Like, she was in an abusive relationship. She had a child by this guy. Her kid is 27 years old. This man been stalking her since her kid is 27 now. Their kid is 27. So he been stalking her.
Is that her baby father? Or
Yeah, they have a kid together. Their kid is 27, but she been left him.
I understand, but
And he been stalking her. She got a case open, but they can't catch him. She did a unsolved mystery segment, basically, because she was like, if you see this, like, she told the story time about it. She was like, if you see this man, she gave his social, she gave everything. She was like, he be hacking in her camera. She done been married, and he still, like, he would just pop, and he doing stuff to where it's like they can't really do anything. Like, he knows this, he knows how to hack into computers. He done hacked into her cameras, and she'll come home and, like, little stuff is done, like the carpet is moved away that she know it wasn't, or something, like little subtle things, but she know, you can tell because you know how you left your house that somebody was in here, but it's nothing for him to get. And then they're like, if you, but I guess they can't find him now. And she's like, if you see this man, this is his This is his no, please contact the police department. And she she gave them the phone number. Like, but that's what is wrong with you. 27, she been left him. Like she done moved. She said she finally in a place financially in life where she loves her home. She don't want to move. Her home is amazing, but she don't. He knows where she found out where she live, and he keep doing stuff, and they can't catch him. That's a Lifetime movie because how who keeps stalking you for that? Now I would say that's not common, but like for that amount of time.
Well, let's use that. Let's use that extreme to answer this question. Um, I think is dissing yourself betrayal or maturity. In a situation like that, somebody's not mature. If the guy can't move on, he's not mature enough to move on. If the woman has already moved on, remarried, she is mature. So perhaps it maybe should have happened earlier. Perhaps she probably should have never had a child with this dude. Perhaps. Dealing with the situation that's at hand right now, like look at what happens because you probably didn't distance yourself if you needed to, and you didn't get that growth early enough to make a decision
and
like
she
that.
did. That's why she did. He was mad because she left him, and that's why he's been doing that.
I mean,
it's
never.
Crazy. They wasn't even together for. They didn't get married.
Let's let that be a lesson to women. Really take the time.
And she lived different places
to know who you're giving your body to, because when you do it, it's a possibility that anything can happen. But that happened. But I don't want to make this about that. But like I said, like in a situation of distancing yourself or leaving, is distancing yourself, is it betrayal or maturity? It's definitely maturity. Definitely. Does leaving the hood make you disloyal? Some successful people sometimes get accused of forgetting where they came from. But there's a difference between forgetting your community and refusing to remain trapped by it. So, do you believe that leaving the hood makes you disloyal?
No, nobody should take you doing something to better yourself as a personal attack on them, and that's the problem. When people do stuff for their own self, they're like, "Oh, why would you do that?" Because they take it personally, and it's like has nothing to do with you. This is something that I need to do for me. Like my no is not just because I didn't say it. Like you shouldn't feel personally attacked, right? And um, ain't nobody busting they beat to give their money to people they know gonna waste it, and that's right. Like people, we talk about reparations. Half of the people gonna give that shit back, right back to the.
Let's not make this about that because we'll be talking about that all day. So if we owed it, give it to us. Fuck it. Everybody else got fears.
Yeah, they did. But I think it should be structured in the way that to actually help people.
That actually were on plantations.
Yeah, but I'm saying the way that it's given.
Whoever those people are should get it. There's no.
I didn't say that they shouldn't. I said it should be structured in a way to benefit, so they can't fuck it up.
Nah, fuck all that. I don't know. No, just give it to them like you took it from them. I don't agree with that.
That's fine.
Give them their money. I don't want to talk about that because that's no. Because if you're opposed to that, I don't want to make this that direction.
I never said that they shouldn't get it. You not listening, or you're misinterpreting what I said.
But any talk of reparations in a negative light shouldn't be talked about by black people. Shouldn't be talked about by black people because you're fucking black, motherfucker. You probably gonna get it.
You're taking.
So you talking about no, but they need to figure out how they're gonna give it to us. Don't give them clues of how to manage it and how to micromanage. No, if they want to give us all 100K, just put it in our account. Then give us all 100K and just put it in our account. If some people spend it on KFC, then let them motherfuckers spend it on KFC. Some motherfuckers want to just buy jewelry with it. Let them motherfuckers just buy jewelry with it. If they want to buy all the Jordans in stock, then let the motherfuckers buy all the Jordans. So the fuck what? Because guess what? No, the message that I'm giving is to give people what they deserve, what they're owed, what's due to them. Not just okay.
And I'm not debating that they should get it, but I'm saying it in order for you because the point of it, because people only complain about that because they want a better life, and we started in a deficit. So
let it fly. If that's not true.
That's the conversation. This is why people want it, because they're not. I'm not talking about myself. The reason why people want reparations is not because they're like, because none of us were alive during that time. It's because they're complaining about their current living situation. So they want to better it. So how does it better it if you just get the money and you're not taught what to do with it properly? Okay.
Thank you. Do whatever you want to do with your money. Like, let's stop talk. Black people gotta stop doing that shit. Cause you, like, first of all, what we talking about, we not gonna even get reparations, so it's a moot point. But to talk about it like they don't even need it, like
I never said they didn't need it. That's how you're interpreting it.
There shouldn't be an opposed view on reparations for black people.
It's not
you feel me?
But I didn't say they should.
They should get it. They should just get it. However they get it, they should get it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why you always say that.
Because that's how I feel. Just because you feel differently.
It sounds crazy. You're too young to feel that way. Well,
that's your opinion. But I never said they shouldn't get it. But like you said, what's the point in coming back to the hood if you're gonna put yourself in there? What's the point in giving us the money if you're just gonna?
That's a whole nother That's a whole nother dynamic. That's a whole nother dynamic. You work. So hold on. No, time out. You work.
So it should come with other things, not just money, so that you can better yourself and get out of your current situation.
Okay. I said give us reparations so that we can get what's owed to us. I don't give a fuck how you spend your money. The stimulus package people is doing whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is, if you're successful, because I don't want to conflate the two, because it's two different things. I don't know why we're talking about reparations, but it's two different things. But if we're going to talk about that, about something that's owed you versus you working hard for something, it's a completely different dynamic. If you worked hard and got to a certain point and you became the top 20 or top 10%, you should behave a certain type of way. But I'm only saying that if you became successful because you worked so hard to get to where you got, logically, you don't want to lose all that you worked so hard to get. But you didn't work hard to get the reparations. You were owed reparations because of the color of your skin and because of the transgressions that your forefathers had to endure due to the government. So that's what I'm talking about. Don't bring up none about reparations if you ain't do your homework, because that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not talking about know what reparations is. If you gonna talk about that, you have to understand what should have been in place, because there's certain things that were in place for different groups.
Yeah, I know everybody else
for different groups. It was a reason why different groups got what they got, and this was after, right? This was post-slavery. If this predated it, I would be like, oh well, you know why we ain't get what they got. They was getting stuff after. We're long overdue. So that's what I'm saying. And like, yeah, we still had to go through certain things. We still never got right. We didn't get right for mad years. We didn't get right until the 90s, really. That's when people really got right. But like in the beginning, like we really wasn't doing that. Like our homes was getting broken up. It was incentivized to be on Section 8. And the mothers of that era was eating that shit up because life was hard being a single parent with multiple children. And it's not the children fault of today, but the mindset should be, let me figure out how to do this. So now figure out how to do it, okay, with the tools that are provided to you today, because it's no excuse to not be doing anything. It's always shit that you could do. But this generation is lazy. That's the difference. So I don't even understand how the generation is lazy and then they don't agree, because there's a lot of young people that be saying that shit like reparations. Like, what the fuck? Like, you would benefit from it you would benefit from it if you understood what it entails. I mean, to your youth. But if you work hard for some shit and then you piss it away, that's just stupid. That's just stupid. How, like, I'm talking from my personal experience. I had a bag. I had a big bag. You know what I mean? More than a lot of the people that I knew for a certain period of time, and I had it at a very young age. And what did I do? I pissed it away because I didn't know, you know what I mean, what to really do with all that money. Now, yeah, I know exactly what to do with it. But some people needed to build that experience first before they got it. We didn't even get a chance to do it. Who's to say that the people, if they would have got it in the 90s, we would have been better off now? Who would have said that if they got it in the 80s, we would have been better off now? I don't know. You know what I mean? And it's like we'll never know. And now it's even getting longer and longer and longer, and we still enduring the same shit. But if you're successful and you need to separate yourself from where you are, that's different. You got it from the mud. You lived there. You grew up with that shit, and you understand, and you know how to get it. So it's even better. You giving it to people that it's not their fault that they don't know. You know what I mean? But you giving it to people that just deserve it. That's it.
So I don't think that you understand what I'm saying because I never once said that we shouldn't get reparations, and I made a rap with saying that all other cultures or ethnicities that were wrong, they got their reparation. We're the only one that didn't. So I'm aware that I did my homework, so to speak. I never said that we shouldn't get it, but we also, what I'm saying, my opinion is when you get it, people that know, like you said, you learn later on what to do when you have money. They should be educated on how to keep it so you don't wind up in the same position that you were in previously if you weren't successful before you received that. I think that's important if we want our people to be able to have a better quality of life. Then if you're given that opportunity, then we should encourage people on ways to invest or things to keep that money so you don't have to go back to being in poverty again and just waste it and buy. Like, that's not, that shouldn't be like, oh, I'm about to buy. Yeah, of course you can have fun with it, but you that's, if, like you said, it's free money because it's what's owed to us. So that's even stupider to waste it if it's just given to you or whatever. And then, yeah, if you young and you don't know, but if you know, I feel like it's your duty as someone that does know to educate the youth and let them know, like, if you got this, if this is what you should do, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to secure the bag so in the future you don't have to worry about where your next meal going to come from. You don't have to be standing on the block trying to trap because you're successful legally.
I agree. I agree. Um, do you have to stay accessible to prove you're still real? So keeping it real can become self-sabotage. There was a skit that
Keeping it real goes wrong.
Dave Chappelle did, and he did several skits using this premise. You know, keeping it real going wrong. It's a big thing in the hood. Like, you have to keep it real. Yo, I gotta stay 10 toes. You know what I mean? Um, being a man, you definitely gotta stand on your principles. I feel like that's very important in manhood. But you gotta make good principles to stand on. I think standing on poor principles, because there's a such thing as poor principles. Standing on poor principles can be detrimental. Poor principles like
Wait, keeping it real.
never walk away. You know what I mean? That could be detrimental because if you don't walk away in some cases, that could be the end of your life. You know what I mean? She want to play a skit. She want to play a skit.
Keeping it real goes wrong.
Vernon Franklin was an exceptional young man. He was the valedictorian of his high school class, won several scholarships, and became the first person in his family to attend college. He got a good job and worked 14-hour days, 6 days a week, quickly becoming the youngest vice president in the history of the Viacor Corporation, ending the cycle of violence and drug addiction that had plagued his family for generations. The officers of his company were wrapping up the usual Thursday meeting in the South Conference Room when Frank Murphy, the man who had mentored Vernon, made an awkward comment.
Vernon, great job, buddy. You the man. Here's some skin, huh?
Give me some
Vernon got along with all of the people he worked with, which in his heart of hearts made him feel like an Uncle Tom. Though he could have ignored the simple comment his mentor made, Vernon decided to keep it real.
Get your motherfucking hand out of my face.
Ooh.
Shake my hand like a man.
Yo.
Man, backhand side, all this crazy guy. That's bullshit. Well, look, soft shoe. Get your motherfucking hand out of my face. Hey, gang. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hope. Just like you. Just walking around my way.
Yo, that's crazy.
He then wanted to do that. So they turned it into Jay-Z and CMA. He makes 25 an hour, 25 cents.
Listen,
Now he works at the gas station scraping the windshield. Scraping people's snow off the windshield.
listen. Keeping it real, like, let's be clear. It's a difference between keeping it real corporate and keeping it real in the streets. If you don't know the difference, then you should just stay out of the streets. Real shit. Keeping it real, it means you're not coming home sometimes. Keeping it real, it means you might not never come home. Keeping it real mean you might not wake up sometimes. You know what I mean? It's a fine line, and that's what we're talking about, core principles. You know what I mean? A lot of times OGs have told me, OGs that serve serious time for serious offenses, have told me myself to not do certain things, that people are relying on me to do certain stuff, so they can't see me do certain shit. You know what I mean? They can't see me fail because if I fail, a lot of shit gonna fuck up. That's what people be telling me. You know what I mean? And I be like, man, I'm worried about myself. When I really grew up and started to understand that it's bigger than me, nobody bigger than the program. When I realized that, I started to behave different. But I see some people still move in the same way, and they riding scooters. And I'm not talking about motor scooters. I'm talking about like the little scooters that you rent for a day, catching the bus. You feel me? Pedal biking it. Grown men with a few kids. Sometimes they with their kid with their scooter.
Everybody does it.
Feel me? People going through whatever they going through. Yeah. I'm just saying, a lot of times when you look at how people moving, you know that they not moving the way that you should be moving. So you know, I'm not fucking with him. He doing some other shit. Every day he doing this. He ain't got no job. You know what I mean? He don't take care of his. You know what I mean? Nah, I'm not around. I'm not around because I don't need to be around that type of energy on a daily basis, because it's gonna give me. It's not gonna make me do anything because I don't have to do what somebody else is doing, but I don't need to be around people that's not taking care of business, not doing what they're supposed to do.
If somebody doesn't have a car, how should they get around? If they
Figure it
going to
out.
work, they
Figure
should
it out.
they have to
Figure it out.
catch.
That's not the point. Figure it out. But that's not the point. I'm talking about people moving how they moving, doing whatever they doing. And yeah, they do know how to drive. They do have a license. That's the difference. So I'm talking about
So
I'm
what
talking
should
about a
they do?
demographic that people can relate to. People know.
I'm
Like there's
saying,
people that
what should they do? They should, if they don't have
do
a car.
what
You
adults
said they got a
do.
license.
Okay,
So what that
so
mean? They
go
don't have a car.
online, look for how you get a car, and go get a car. Like grow up. That's all. You know what I mean? Like
But I mean, you're not
I'm not
growing
telling
up
nobody to
because
do
you don't
something
have
that
your own
no,
car.
I'm telling people I'm not even talking about transportation. That's all right. So when somebody elevating, it's ways that they moving to get around and do whatever they gotta do. But when you see people just I don't know where they going. You don't know what they doing, but you see them the same like this all the time, doing like not doing nothing. When I see people not at work at times where people supposed to be at work, I don't know what they doing, but they not working.
At the time that you're supposed to
Feel
be at
me?
where everybody's on work.
But I'm just saying, if you notice certain things for a period of time, it looks like a duck. Matter of fact, it probably is a duck because you know what the ducks look like. So I'm talking about these people. So mind me on my analogies. But particular folk that's not doing what they're supposed to do, could be doing better with themselves. Those are the people, and they know who they are. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
So what would be your idea of how you should be doing at a certain age? Or you say what age? What should your life look like at 35 to 46? I'm asking like what, because we're talking about this, so you should tell people how they, or I want to know how they should look at that age. What should their life consist of, so that you know they're doing what they're supposed to do. If they have a job, if they like what
I don't know. Is that
accountability.
is that is it obvious or it's not obvious? Like, well, for people,
I want you to listen
for adults.
because everybody don't have the same.
But that's what I'm saying. So me listening is a moot because why would I list it if everybody don't have the same thing? Because I think the same thing would be common, right? What do you think it would be if everybody doesn't have the same thing? What is some examples that you might think of?
Well, I'm going off of things that you mentioned because
Okay.
there are a lot of people that's why I said, do you think if somebody doesn't have a car that they need to grow? Because you said grow up.
Well, let's
Like,
give context to it. So I'm 41, right? And I had my first car. I had my first car in my 20s, and I've had more than one car. And then I decided not to have a vehicle because I work from home. I didn't travel. I have friends that have vehicles, and we travel together. I'm not too proud. Like if I got people around, so I had vehicles, and when I have vehicles, I first couple of vehicles I fucked up. The third vehicle I tried to take care of it a little bit better, but it was a limit. But it was getting me to point A to point B. But in any case, I figured out a way to do what I needed to do. But you didn't see me just around, just in the streets or whatever. If I was going somewhere, it was purposeful most of the time. I was going to a spot to hang out, or I was going, you know what I mean? But I would get picked up with my group and I would go to these places, or I would catch a cab to these places. Even when I was younger and I didn't have my license, I wasn't roaming through the streets because, like we said, like the environment that we live in isn't savory. You know what I mean? So you want to spend as less time walking through the streets as possible. You don't want to be riding a bike through the streets or whatever. If you are, you want to be on a motorcycle or a dirt bike or something that moves a little bit faster than a fucking scooter through the hood at the times that I was talking about. And then to be a certain age and be doing it, where are you going? You just having fun? I don't know. I don't understand maybe whatever, but I know that particular people that I be talking about sometimes, they are bums. And some people, well, not bums, but just really low standard of living. You know what I mean? Because they're not trying to be better. Nobody will judge me on not having a vehicle because I've always had transportation, right? So nobody that I know will judge me on that, that knows me for a long period of time. But that's my business, right? But then what we see and what we perceive and what we set in expectation for people to achieve is that, okay, when you get to a certain age, you might want to do this because this is more cost effective. If you have your own vehicle, it may be more cost effective for you to get around. But there are dangers in driving. So if you don't like to drive because of the dangers, then there's other ways to transport yourself. But those people, they live a certain way. It's not just about transportation. I don't know, you know what I mean? It's not just about transportation, but I guess yes, if you're at a certain age and you don't or have never had a vehicle, I guess it looks like you made poor choices, you know, possibly because everybody is trying to get their own shit. Nobody wants to rely on somebody else. So unless you're afraid to drive, you know what I mean, which the guys, the people that I'm talking about, they know how to drive and you know they're not afraid to drive, you know what I mean? But these guys are 40 plus. These guys are 40 plus, 50 plus years old. Yeah, because not, I mean, not having your own reliable transportation and you're a family man is not really good. Like, how are you taking care of your family if you don't have a vehicle? Are you just everybody's just getting on the bus? Like that's tacky and that's dangerous. That's what I'm talking about. Like these are the people but okay, but I didn't give all of that context, but I was interrupted. But I didn't give all of that context.
That's why I asked you to list it, but you didn't want to.
Yeah, because it's not worth really listing because I think everybody's idea
I'm only asking that because of the points that you made. That's why I was curious to know. Like, does that mean like because the bus is a form of transportation? Yeah, you could catch a cab or take an Uber.
You know what I think you're very empathetic to people that have shortcomings, and to a certain extent I do have compassion for people that are not living to a certain tier in life as civilians. If you don't get to a certain threshold, because every adult have their driver's license, I believe. But if they don't because they're afraid to drive, then that's different. You could get your passport, you could do, you know what I mean, whatever. So that's different. But the people that are able to drive and the people that
they should get their own.
They should try to get their own vehicle. If you know how to drive and you got your license and all of that, you should do it. I'm not saying that, but those are things that people look at. Like, yo, you ain't even got a car. Like all these 17-year-olds got a car and shit, and this ass person is fucking 50-something years old, and they don't and have never had their own vehicle. It says something about their character. Like they know how to drive. They probably drove somebody else's car. Like somebody let them hold their car or some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's tacky. Like if you don't got your own car, you never had your own car. I'm never let me let you drive my car. Maybe collateral. Maybe we could switch cars. But you not never gonna drive my car. Like what the fuck? No. Like and I don't and I think that it's not good to put out there that the expectation is listen, I always have a high expectation for men and black men in specific because we have a hard time already. We have a hard time already. So I have absolutely. So I have a certain expectation that I speak to. But me, myself, I'm actively doing the things that I would tell people to do. I'm actively doing the things that I would tell people to do. I'm actively doing the things that I would tell people to do. I had to pull a Dr. Umar because nobody is perfect. but you have to be moving towards progress. I don't see a lot of people taking accountability for not moving towards progress. I see people making excuses for not moving towards progress. If you want to be better, you have to try to do things to make yourself better. Learning something and applying what you're learning to some capacity. That shows knowledge. That shows that you're trying to do something. Nothing happens overnight, but there should be something to show for whatever you're doing at some point. And I would even say with our podcast, I think we have enough analytics, enough data, enough whatever we've done socially to accept progress, even if it isn't financial. So that's enough for me to get up and still do the same thing that I do every single Sunday. But I don't, but even to and that's not the extent of my character. But even to that, somebody has to have some type of purpose, have something that you do. I don't care what it is. You know what I mean? But just being around, just chilling at the corner store all day. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. You're not getting nothing out of that.
Well, that goes without saying.
Right?
But
There's so many different things that go hand in hand with that. And then easy things that you can identify is like, okay, what are you doing? What are your plans? You know what I mean? When you're vetting people, you should know what their goals are and what's the time frame of those goals. Because I have them for myself, and I'll be honest with you. I set I set goals that I think I can make, and some of these goals are what people would say like, yeah, you should set more time for that. But I set less time because I try to push myself to that standard. But that's me. Everybody got their own shit. Calendarize my shit or whatever. So I have to set alarms because I forget things. So I'd be like, oh shit, yeah, I gotta prepare for this or whatever. But I do, but I set myself up for that in hindsight. And that's something that I think men have to learn at an early age. I would argue you should be doing this when you're a teenager. But I was worried about the wrong thing. And I think, like I said earlier, I think a lot of OGs would tell you to do the opposite of what they're doing. If an OG don't got a whip, he would tell you, go get your license, get your shit. You know what I mean? And you probably be like, well, why you ain't got your shit? Well, shit, you know what I mean? Like circumstances, whatever. My shit suspended. You know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean? Why they don't got whatever they got. But if they giving you good advice, sometimes it don't matter where it's coming from. It's just is it real or is it, you know what I mean? Whatever. But there's always gonna be a way to look at it where you can say, oh well, shit, what about the if I tell you you could go to this store by walking straight through these houses and it's just a path. And you be like, yeah, but what about if I go this way and turn the corner and go there? Wouldn't that be better instead of going through these people's backyard? You're not dumb because you're trying to be polite or you're trying to think of a better way to do it where it doesn't bother anybody. But I would still be like, that's stupid because quick thinking is like nobody's here right now. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Like whatever. People do it all the time. But you don't know that. So you're questioning it. And that's what I'm saying. Like there's always an easier way to do things, but there's always an alternative. You know what I mean? It might work if you do this. But if I tried something more times like this and it hasn't really worked out most of the time, I wouldn't encourage people to do it. I would say, yeah, you probably could do it, but you got to be doing this, and this, and it might work. You know what I mean? I'm not telling them everything else that it took for me to get that. I could do that, but that's not what this is about. This is about keeping it real. I mean, what does keeping it real actually mean?
Let's play this clip.
What clip?
You're watching When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong. Brenda Johnson was at home one night eating popcorn and watching television with her girlfriend. The telephone rang.
Hello.
Brenda had a simple choice to make: ignore the mild rudeness of someone hanging up on her, or keep it real.
I don't like people playing on my phone. I don't even trip. You bigger than that. No, I don't like people playing on my phone.
But in reality, it had nothing to do with people playing on her phone. That had long suspected her boyfriend Jamal had taken on her. This was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Hello? Did you just call here? Excuse me? I know you just called here. Don't play dumb with me. Stop talking, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I dialed the wrong number, okay? I saw 69 you dirty hoe. You and I both know you're sleeping with your mom. No, I was trying to call my aunt. Oh, please. You and so is your aunt. Oh, no, she did not hang up on me a year ago.
Brenda could have ended the conflict there.
Let's play.
But she decided to push her reload into the red.
Because I keep it real like that.
Brenda went onto her computer and did a reverse lookup of Janice's number. Not only did she get Janice's address, but directions as well.
I'm getting right on this. Hey, Jeff, you clap out in Jezebel. It was a wrong number. I don't like people playing on my phone.
How she knew it was her.
I did real.
What Brenda didn't know is that Janice was borrowing the car from her older brother, a federal agent. She also didn't know that defacing a government vehicle considered a felony in certain cases, this being one of them. After a short trial, Brenda was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison.
What's really good?
Brenda knew it was important to establish her realness early in prison. Confronted by another pivotal decision, she decided then and there to keep it real.
All right, let's settle this right now.
They were all serving consecutive life sentences. It turned out they kept it realer. And as for her boyfriend Jamal, you want to talk about keeping it up? He was cheating on Brenda with her best friend. I'll keep it up. Eventually. From eating popcorn in the comfort of her own home to eating fruit cocktail off of a prison floor, Brenda rounds.
I don't like people playing on my phone.
Just another case of what can happen when keeping it real goes wrong.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
Keeping it real. Everybody try and keep it real. Listen, staying in dangerous situations just to maintain childhood friendships, that's dangerous. That never works out. I would say if you know and if they respect you, like she said earlier, they'll understand. But if they still doing the same shit, I would say separate yourself from that. You know what I mean? But why do we sometimes celebrate people for escaping poverty, then criticize them when they actually change their lifestyle?
Why do we do
All right, I can answer that. I think it's the whole keeping it real thing. I think that's a trope that stuck by us for so long because Black people have this chip on their shoulder. You know what I mean? Because we consider ourselves to be a great people, and in a lot of ways, we set a tone for a lot of things, right? We do. So that builds arrogance. You know how great you are, but everybody is not great for everything that they take credit for. We're great in other ways, but that attitude, that bravado, all of that puff up our chest, you know what I mean? That comes from us knowing just how exceptional we are. It's empowerment from all that we've endured. But I think a lot of times when people separate themselves and they change their ideology, because that's what I said, you change your ideology first so people see it. Oh, this is yeah, you got to go out there, man. you don't need to be here, man. You don't belong out here. You know, they gonna encourage you to do that because they can see you don't need to be here. You know what I mean? They see better for you. So they want you to grow because they know that some of these people are the type of people that's gonna try to bring everybody with. But some of them don't want to leave. You know what I mean? You don't have to leave, but you gotta do something. And sometimes it's best to separate yourself from that environment to grow if you can't have the discipline within yourself to figure that out. It's not a bad thing because you came up with a solution. So that's definitely good. But you still gotta work on that. You know what I mean? Because when you get to that point, you taking all your bad habits with you, or you leaving the bad habits back where you was at. And you starting fresh. You know what I mean?
I think that people, when they say keeping it real, is it highlights the negative things and makes them positive. Like in that Nala, stop. In that clip, she's like, the lady said she had a wrong number. She should have just left it. Like now you wound up in prison because you went the extra mile just to prove how. Why does real gotta be tearing up somebody's property? Or if that's really who you are, real should just be being real to yourself. Now if that's just the type of person that you is, that you do stuff, criminal activity to get yourself in trouble, and that's the type of person that you are. But if you're doing it to uphold some type of title, or a label like, oh, I'm keeping it real, I have to do this, then that's when it becomes a problem, because you're doing the opposite of being real if you're doing behaving a certain way just to satisfy other people, or to maintain a perception of others will have of you. There's nothing wrong with being wanting to upgrade your lifestyle if you're able to do it and move to a safer environment. And if you lived in the projects, moving into a house in a better neighborhood, there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do. Like, and no one should feel like, oh, you forgot. No, I remember where I came from, and I this looks better to me. So I want that. I don't want to hear gunshots every night, every other night. I want to go to somewhere where I don't have to worry about. I mean, you still shouldn't be walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning or in the middle of the night going to the store or whatever. But you could, and probably in those places, that's where people get kidnapped, going to the bike trail or whatever. But you're less likely to, like, in certain areas, there's there's a lower crime rate, or that's recognized anyway. So that's a better environment, especially if you have a family. You want them to be safe. That's your job is to protect them. So you want that, and if people really care about your best interests and they see you doing better, and your when you move, your quality of life change, like you're more happy with how everything's going, you're not anxious, and you feel comfortable and you feel safe, and that is something that you value, then they should anybody that loves you should be for that, because again, that has nothing to do with them, because they're taking it as like a jab of like, oh, you forgot, you not one of us no more. Like, we're two different people, or three different people, or whatever, how many people, like, is we're all different. We're not a monolith. And people need to stop, like, they call you, like, it's negative if you go to school and get an education, like you're, like, is or they call people, like, when they're, like, if you're not a thug, or like they uplift that, like that's a thing that you're supposed to be, like you supposed to be, you got, oh, you're a square if you never been in trouble before. But it's like, is nothing wrong with not having a record and going to work, and, like, there's, like, I don't know, the way we view keeping it real, like I said, a lot of people are pretending, so you're actually doing the opposite, because you're just trying to put on this facade to please other people or to fit in or whatever. Keeping it real is being your authentic self. If your authentic self is street pharmaceutical, you work in street pharmaceuticals, then if that's your authentic self, then if your authentic self is um going to college and getting your degree and starting a business or whatever, then that's you. Don't try to be the thug or if that's not who you are. Don't try just to please other people. They're not going when you get locked up and while you trying to play a character. Who gonna be there writing you letters or coming to visit you or sending you money? Then you gonna realize it wasn't worth it. So we gotta let people know, like, yeah, people do criminal shit. It's always gonna be nobody's gonna be 100% good going the right path, but you should value your life to want to be free and not do things to get yourself in that. And definitely if you do that, make sure it's your decision. Nobody coerced you into it. You're not doing it to fit in. Because when you fuck up your life, you need to take accountability for it. Don't try to blame it on somebody else. Like you know, at some point you should know right from wrong. And to the people that don't yet listen to this, and you should. But people are gonna do what they want. We could say shoulda, woulda, coulda, and you know, people gonna do what they want. But I just think keeping it real, like I said, is being you.
Well said, well said. We got some other shit to talk about too, y'all. So I know this is a good one. I knew this was gonna get crazy. All right, so you're gonna close it with these questions, right? If God or life gives you an opportunity to escape an environment that could destroy you, do you owe it to yourself and your family to leave, even if your friends call you disloyal? These are closing questions. Just to tie this, you know.
Yeah, that's what you need to do for you. And it shouldn't. I would say it shouldn't be. If you're doing it for you, then it's to better you. Nobody should be taking it personally. If they care, then they should accept your decision, and it shouldn't be viewed as being disloyal because what I'm doing, moving somewhere else or whatever, that has nothing to do with you personally. So no one should take it away unless it's like if you like in a romantic situation and you decide to move and then that's different. But outside of that, if you're talking about friends or family or whatever, I mean, still shouldn't take. I mean, that's it is what it is. If that's you got to understand or go with them or whatever. Like, but anybody should understand they care is not disloyal. Like I said, if you feel like that's necessary for you to better yourself, then you're being disloyal to yourself if you don't take the opportunity.
Now, would you rather your have your friend call you fake from a distance or call you real while you're sitting beside them in the courtroom?
I don't want nobody around me that's lying too. If you feel a certain way about something that I'm doing or my behavior or whatever, then you can don't pretend that that's not the way that you feel or make me think you feel the opposite. And don't like keep it a buck if that's what you think, regardless of whatever the lie is that you're or the wrong fake perception as you're giving off. Like I don't want nobody fake around me.
And the closing question: would you become successful when you become successful? I'm sorry, because we speak in affirmation. When you become successful, should everybody who was with you on the way up automatically be allowed to come with you, or should access to your new life have to be earned?
Nobody, you don't owe anybody any. I mean, if you have children, obviously, then you're responsible for them up to a certain point. But no one should expect anything from someone else like, oh, I hit the lottery, so now you automatically about to get some money. If somebody chooses to do that, there's nothing wrong with it, but it should be because they want to, not because it's they people are making them feel bad because they didn't. Or I don't think you owe nobody that. That's your money. And I wouldn't if it was the same, if it was reversed, if I was the person on the opposite side, like, oh, somebody got the money, I wouldn't feel entitled to their money either. If they give me some, then that's nice. Or if you move away somewhere and you hit money and you want to bring me along, then that's nice. I would appreciate it, but I don't feel entitled to it, and I don't think nobody else should feel entitled to something that was designated for someone else. You do things because you want to. You shouldn't be doing it expecting. So however you show up in that person's life, you should be doing it because you want, regardless of the outcome that that you're gonna get. If you don't want to fuck with them, or if you don't want to do certain shit, then don't do it, because you may get disappointed because everybody don't think the same. And it may not be like, oh, they're a bad person, because they probably just think differently than you. So just because you feel like, oh, I would give them this or whatever, well, then just give them that, and don't expect them, not don't do it because you want, oh, if I do this, then they're gonna give me this when this happens. Like, that would be nice if it would be reciprocated in that way, but maybe they show up in other ways in your life, and that's just not something they may not even be able to do. What you were able to provide, maybe they can't provide that for you. So you show up in different ways in a person's life. But if you give something to somebody, or if somebody gives something to you, it should be because they're being genuine, because they want to do it. Not like, okay, one day I gotta turn in this favor, like, so you can, because I did this.
That's like the Godfather. You know, the Godfather, he would you would he would give you he would do a favor for you, and then one day, not today, and this day may never come, but one day you will return the favor. You know what I mean? And that's an agreement in blood. You know what I mean? And he's like, yo, like, you gonna return this favor. If I need you, just know I need you. And it's never really nothing crazy. Like most of the time, the Godfather always give him like a reasonable request. Like the mortician, his request was he wanted his boy's body to look nice, after he was mutilated by a rival gang. You know what I mean? Um, but in the sense of you just owing somebody something, you know what I mean? A lot of times you really don't want to be in people's debt, you know what I mean? Because you don't know what people's intentions are anyway. So I would tell people to be independent with the people that you care about, try to be interdependent. But for just most people, associates, you know what I mean, I would just try to ask less. You know what I mean? Not always expect people. And then if you do ask, just keep an open mind that they may say no. You know what I mean? They don't always have to give you what they have. They're not obligated to give you anything. So I don't think that you owe anything, but I just think that the six rules of becoming successful was giving back. You know what I mean? That was something that Arnold Schwarzenegger made up, some affirmation that he said. That's, just good things to go by when you like working out or something like that. Never give up, all of these things, whatever. But um humility comes with success. You know what I mean? Because you realize how hard you work to get it sometimes. Sometimes when you get it and it was just given to you, you don't really know how that feels because you used to not having a lot. Like,
That's why the
so
mindset, because it takes time, as you said, and experience for your mindset to change. You gotta be taught that. If you just become rich overnight, your mental didn't have time to develop to
right, right,
know
right.
to how to handle that. Not mature enough. Like you never had $1,000 and now you got 10 mil. Like
Yeah,
you might unalive yourself, not intentionally, but you having so much fun, you might just start doing wild shit that you're very jiggle for, just
yeah,
spending
yeah. You
money.
might,
Like
you might, you might, but they
or
might,
get yourself unalive.
but they might do great things. Right.
Yeah.
Um, I got a few other topics, and they're deep, way deeper than this. Um, so yeah, this one right here, this one is more for me than for you. You might not even want to talk about this, but it's about it's about the electronic industry and particular gaming consoles. But something that I found that was very interesting that's going on with consoles, just with one computer chip. But I'm not gonna talk about that because people probably don't want to hear about that right now. We got something a little bit more interesting. So we could talk about something political that Trump got going on. It's about the transgender community. That's very interesting. Or we could get right to the showrunner. Can she have guy friends? Because I got some deep points with that one. And then the other one, did she get out? Did getting out? Oh no, we already discussed that. Yeah, so just those two.
I don't know. I don't have like friends that are guys that I like. I have guys that I'm cool with that I guess I would call them friends before, but I don't be like talking on the phone to like if it's just platonic like, or going hanging out. When I was younger, I had a lot of guy friends that was like that was my homie. Like it was platonic, there was nothing going on. But I don't think if you I think men and women you can't really be friends. And if a guy has female friends, both of our friends. I need to know. I need to know them too. So that's our friend now. It's not just yours because you probably got something going on with her. That ain't just your friend. Guys don't be just having female friends unless they got something going on, or um, sometimes they do. Like maybe they grew up together, but it'd be like unless they just not attracted, um, then yeah. Um, I don't think.
Keep, keep it going. Here's the point. Just get started. Start sharing the thing.
Can a woman in a committed relationship have male friends? Um, that depends on the couple. Like, so if the man accepts her having male friends, but I think if you do, you should be able to agree on the whatever the situation is. If you have friends, if the woman has male friends and her man doesn't want her to have male friends, that's something they need to discuss in the beginning, probably before they get into a relationship. And people don't talk about stuff, and that's a problem. But if the man accepts it, I mean, that's up to him. If you don't want her to have male friends and you don't say nothing, and she have male friends, you don't tell her like, "Oh, I don't like that." Then I mean, she not gonna know. But if she's saying she not gonna stop talking to them, that's her friend and that's her brother, they knew whatever, then that's gonna be an issue in the relationship. So you probably shouldn't deal with someone if you don't want them to have a friend and they do, and they're not willing to end that relationship or end that friendship rather, then because like and if that's just your friend, like how important are they in your life like that? Like that you want to risk your romantic relationship? Like I would think you got something going on because why would you not? I mean, I don't know. If you view that relationship the same way you look at your female friends, then that's different. But I think most of the time there's some when men and women are friends, there's some type of attraction from one or both of the people involved, and they may not act on it. They may present themselves like, oh, we just chilling, nothing may never have happened. But I think in most cases, if the woman allows it, a dude's gonna get up in you if you allow that. So I don't because of that reason, because men will have intercourse with anyone. Most men, they don't care if you're attractive to them or not. When it comes to just sleeping with you, if you got a fat ass but you look crazy, like they still might fuck you in most cases, and because that's what they want. Now, if they actually interested in you, you might have to be more aesthetically pleasing because guys probably top priority for a woman if you're going to be if they want to be with you committed would probably be what you look like, but they don't care what you look like to fuck you. So and I think most men will fuck most women, but women are a little more particular about who they sleep with. So I don't care if a guy has I don't know, but like I said, if you I would want to know them if you did if if they did have female friends, because it's gonna be both of our friends. Because what you need a friend, a female friend, you got me. So you don't need
Right.
that. Um, but that's just my opinion. But it
You can ask
depends.
me.
It depends on um what the couple agrees on. Can a woman in a committed relationship have male friends?
Um. Uh. Yes, she can, but they have to be family. They can't be like friends that you've had a romantic relationship with. Um, if you do have any male friends, like I know them, you know what I mean? There's a reason how you have this male friend. Like you grew up with them in the trenches or something like that. It's just hard to really accept it, you know, because you know that there are insecurities that these friends know more about the person that you're dealing with than you do in some instances. Certain things that they may not have shared with you, they probably share with this friend. So I would advise against it strongly. Because I think like you can't really tell men's intentions. So I just don't think that I can't say in good conscience that she should, because your man should be your friend. You should be able to communicate with him, unless you got, like I said, family or people that he approved of that was in the picture, and then that's up to that man. Like, do he approve of your friendship? Because you got to decide if you really want to give everything to this person that's going to be in your life, and then it should be mutual, I believe.
I already said what you didn't hear me because you went, but I said if he have female friends, then it's our friend. We both know the person, and I don't have no for me. I wouldn't have. I don't see a need for that, and I don't believe that is possible. In most cases, a man is going to be or one or the other is going to be attracted to the other. Or yeah, I didn't mention that, but what you said, if you had past dealings with them, then that's not your, you was smashing, that wasn't your friend. I mean, y'all might have not been a couple, but you can't really say it wasn't a platonic relationship. So no, because it's easy to slip back into that. If you know, so I don't know. It would need to be, yeah, but like I said, yeah, y'all both should agree on whatever the dynamics. Like if you have friends, I think it probably would. Yeah, you should know your significant other's friends anyway. You should have met somebody, um, or at least
Especially the
heard them
dudes.
talk about them.
Especially the dudes. How you even meet the dudes?
Yeah,
How the
if
girls gonna
that's
meet the
her
chicks?
brother, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what you
It'd be
hiding?
like my brother and my sister, and the whole time
Right.
they had a little fling. How you sleep with someone and then call them your brother or your sister? Like words mean stuff. Like that is so weird to me when people say that. Like yeah, incest, you nasty. Like I mean, I know they don't mean they're just saying that or whatever, but it's like because of what it means, it's weird for you to say that. Like just say the truth. I used to fuck with her, or he, or you, she used to fuck with him. Don't call them your brother. And then if you, why is you still? Is I feel like if you messing with somebody, like y'all is intimate or whatever, and then y'all stop dealing with each other, I mean, you can, but somebody probably is going to be, unless you both agreed on this, like it was a mutual decision. But if one person was like, okay, I want this to be over, the other person is probably, if y'all are still uh, around each other, the person that didn't suggest the relationship be over probably still is interested. So you gotta both have mutually decided that you don't want to go down this path because usually the friendship is kind of it's not the same because you already experienced that you probably still want like if you're around them that's a natural thing like so I don't think there's a Mhm.
Having a friend. Okay, so friendship versus boundaries. So having a friend of the opposite sex doesn't automatically mean there's romantic or sexual interest. But being in a relationship can change what behavior is appropriate. What boundaries should exist that wouldn't necessarily exist if you were single?
So here's the thing: if you got a, I don't really care about this because, like, I don't care if you, like I said, I just would expect to know the girl that you're calling your friend or whatever. That's our friend. That's what I said. I don't care. I just think if you in a relationship and y'all got friends, platonic so-called friends, whatever, they shouldn't be calling you at a certain time of night. You shouldn't be like at their house alone. Like, cause what is y'all doing? You're a man and a guy. Like y'all, you unless the person's gay. Like I think that's the only way that really because it's like if you how much time are you spending there or do you just talk on the phone? Like I don't know. Like I don't think most people I don't think they have like real friends of the opposite sex. Like there are people that do, but I think it's more people that just like they might be cool with them. Like you see them out, you be like, "What up?" But y'all not hanging out with each other in the same way that you interact with. That's a real friend. You interacting them with them the same way that you interact with your niggas if you a dude. And for a woman, you interacting with him the same way that you interact with your female friends. You view him the same way. If you don't see him like that, and I think in most cases it's not like that, it's different, right? Because men and women are different. So there's no real, unless you like boy stuff, like like you're into the same things that most men like, they may be okay. You like sports, or you like playing video games, or you like whatever, then maybe it could be because like, okay, you're doing other things outside of that. But men and women are so different in most cases. The only thing you have in common is that y'all could be sexually attracted to each other. So it's like, or romantically, you find each other, because it's like, what are you talking about if you don't have those things? Because a friend is a friend. You don't sleep with your niggas, right? If you a heterosexual man, so how are you connecting with this woman unless she's like one of the guys? Really, like everything, she do the same shit that your niggas do. Y'all could talk about it the same. You could talk freely around her. You don't gotta censor yourself, all of that. But most women, the men don't do that. Most women don't want to be around a bunch of guys and hear them talk and do like, they gotta change up the way they act. They gotta be a little more polite. They can't raise their voice because the woman will get in her feelings and get offended. Like you gotta, you opening doors and doing like, because some men just do that for all women, right? Like even whether they're yeah, but I'm talking about like open the car door or open some people say like they'll do that for just a woman, just because you're a woman. You don't do that to your niggas. Like, yeah, you hold the door open if you going into a business, but you not open the car door for them and stuff like that or whatever. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But so there are some guys that do. They still treat women like a woman they would date, even if it's she's just supposed to be your friend. So if then I feel like you making those exceptions, that's not, you're already separating her from your male friends. So because of that, if it's the car door, yeah, because you don't. I'm not talking about holding the door open. That's polite. If you go into somewhere or whatever, you get like, yeah, because she could open the door herself. Yeah, or take her coat. Hey, yeah. Some guys do that to all women, and then but then be like, oh, that's their friend. They not in romantically involved, and they don't got nothing going on.
I were having a podcast or an event where we were hosting a conversation with panelists or something like that, and one of my people came into the door, I might, male or female, I might be like, yo, here you go, here's your chair, put your chair to the, where they're gonna be sitting at, whatever, and they sit in their chair. I don't think there's nothing crazy about that, but I just think like acts of generosity is like, okay, a car door specific, because they always say you open the car door for one, but I think like anybody, like, yo, like what we generally look at is like the old Bronx Tale situation where the guy walks her to the car,
unlock the door,
and then when I get in the car, if she don't unlock the door, you leave her fast, because if the least she can't do is unlock the door for her, and you open the door for her and let her in the car, you know what I mean? I think it's, you might forget, you might, you know what I mean? I don't know, like, you know what I mean? But that wouldn't be an end all be all, just as the expectation of me opening the door for you.
yeah, I'm just saying there's a clear difference between, even if you call yourself platonic, between friendships with same sex and friendship with between opposite sex. They're the way you treat each other is different. So that's why I don't believe it's truly Like, and because I feel like if someone has an
You can't treat
underlying,
them different because you're a woman.
yeah. So, but if it's your friend, it's your friend.
Yeah,
You should.
but she's still, even though she's my friend, she's still a woman. So like when those women become friends, they become like, that's why they call them like your sister, because they might be attracted to them, and it's only natural for them to be attracted to them.
And that ain't your.
But
That's the
it's
point.
not their literal. Okay, well let me finish. It's not their literal sister, obviously, but they call them sis because they grew up with them. They cool. It's a mutual kind of a family relationship. So that's why they're looking at it that way. I don't really think it's like necessarily like the freaky idea, even though we joked about it. I think it's more like they really do see them as a genuine friend, and then nature takes its course. You know what I mean? One time they had too many, and they realized. Let me finish. They realized that, oh, okay, because I had too many, you know what I mean? Like, you're a woman, I'm a man, then, whatever. That's just natural shit. So that's why I say, yeah, I don't think that men and women can be friends from that connection, because a lot of people can't get past that interaction. They can't still be after that. They can't, it's not like when guys get into a fight and they hash it up and they still cool after. Women don't behave the same way. That's why it doesn't really work out the same.
That's what I said. Because you're a man and she's a woman, and there's the propensity or the chance that y'all might end up doing something, then it doesn't really. You can't maintain a totally platonic people relationship between men and women, because we're just too different, and we're supposed to be attracted to each other,
Right. Yeah.
and you treat each other different for a reason. Like I said, most conversations that men have, women don't want to hear that, or or they can't take it, or they will feel some type of way. You gotta censor yourself if you're a man. You don't talk freely the way that you talk. Most men don't anyway. That you talk around your boys that you would around a female, even if she's your friend and you never did nothing. So the fact that you got, like, I feel like because you don't want her to view you a certain way or whatever, you shouldn't. If that's just your friend, you should be able to be yourself, talk how you talk. She should accept. If that's just your friend, you shouldn't be embarrassed, and like, the same way you open and talk to your boys, like that's your friend, right? If there's nothing going on, like, but because you have to do that, that already implies that you're viewing it from a different lens than just platonic, because you trying to be on your best behavior, hoping that you won't uh you
Nah,
know
but see, that's the beauty of it. Like, if you really have, if you really have a strong female friend and she's around you, if you really have a strong female friend and she's around you, in those cases, just like these are the outliers. It's possible that she knows all of your bullshit. She knows everything that you do. She knows how you get down. So because she knows all of that, she can consider all of that when y'all have smacks. Because again, oh, right, oh, that you thought that wasn't gonna happen. Oh, nah, that happens, and then they still gotta be cool. Well, I already knew. I just wanted to. I was just curious. Da, 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 da. And now she, whatever. You know what I mean? But they still could be cool if she just accept him for who he is. You know what I mean? They friends. They vouch for him. They hang out. What I mean? Some of them behind the scenes, they'll hang out with their new girl, like, what I mean, and go on a double date. That might, to some, might be messy, but I'm just saying, like, they a friend. Like, they still rock with that person. It's not. It's as comfortable as you can get it to that dynamic. If you're really that guy, if you're really a cool dude, you'll have female friends like that, because they see past that and see that you're more than just an object. You know what I mean? There's a lot more to you. You know what I mean? And it would be a loss to not be a part of that person's growth. It's hard not to. It's hard not to, because what other way can you show the ultimate level of affection, ultimate level of appreciation? What other way can you do it than that?
not by giving your body. That's not what you.
I just said I ain't say what it was. I ain't say that, but
You said that's the ultimate show of
that's the ultimate
appreciation.
thing. But yeah,
No,
but you could give somebody a pet. That could be inappropriate if you're in a relationship.
listen. This is he's just further explaining why they can't, because you already said if y'all already had a past, then and y'all was intimate, then they can't be friends. So you're talking about, oh yeah, and then they went on a double date. Like, no, what?
I knew him before you. This was this is something that you hear a lot, right? Does the relationship automatically outrank the friendship?
Yes, it should, because that's
Mm,
different. If you're not trying to be in
you're not gonna
your
like that.
romantic,
You're not gonna like that. You said
your
you're not.
romantic. I don't care. I'm not saying what I'm saying for the sisterhood. No, I'm saying that because of what this is what I think. If you if this is a man that you in a relationship, a romantic relationship with, that should trump everything else. Just like if you get married, you leave. Well, it doesn't have to be a marriage, but I'm just using this as an example. You get married, you leave your house, you move in with this man. You're a covenant. You're one now, right? So you leave now. In some cultures, they all live together. There be several generations in one household, but in the Western civilization, like most people, they move out and get their own place and they live under the covenant of that man. So your father gives you away, right? So it would be if you're they giving you away from your parents, then who is your friends? Like, that's like, they're your friends, but like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you start a new life away from your family with them, and your friends is just your friends. Like, that's not how people most view it. Mostly, like, your family is number one. So it's like, if they're giving you away and now this man is responsible for you or whatever, then
So
that trumps all other relationships in your
she
life.
should have to distance herself from a longtime friend because her new partner is uncomfortable.
I think that's a conversation that you should have before. Like I said before, you both should agree on it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm talking about from my perspective. What I wouldn't, I put my romantic relationship, whoever my man is, that's above the other relationships in my life. So if they see that as a problem, but we would already discussed that. So I wouldn't even, if I was if I had male friends or whatever, and I was dating someone and they were like, I don't want you to have no male friends, then that would be something we discussed before we even get into a relationship. So I would end that, because this is my man. Like, I don't like his whatever he says is like above what whatever else is on. That's how it's supposed to be. But I don't have, like, I don't be talking on the phone to guys and stuff, like, so I don't hang out with, like, I have guys that I'm cool with, like, that I went to school with or we were friends years ago, and we probably would hang out then. But I don't, if I'm speaking to a guy like where there's something romantic going on, it's not like, I might say my friend because
At
we're
what point
still
does
in
saying
we
just my friend stop being enough?
that depends on the person and how you have to discuss those dynamics, if that, before you get into that, like, if that's even going to be, if it's, or you both had to come, like, okay, I want this is what I want, you got to talk about that. And if it's not going in the way that you envisioned or whatever, then you got to make a decision, you got to decide what you're going to do. That looks different for everybody,
So
but you need to be.
history between them doesn't matter.
History does. I because if they're saying that they want something, then the relationship should be progressing in the direction of what they, so you should pay attention to their actions and what they say, but you need to be in agreement. And if you're not in agreement, you probably shouldn't even go into that anyway. And because a lot of times women will do that. Like they will, and I'm guilty of it too, have done it. Like they'll be told like this is how it's gonna be, or I'm not looking for a relationship or whatever, and then the woman accepts it, even though that she wants more, and then she hopes that, oh, if I do this or if I do that or whatever, she expecting like, oh, when he gets to know me, then he's gonna change his mind, which may happen, but you shouldn't. If he said that from the beginning, you shouldn't just automatically assume that. And I think women do that, and uh they hurt their own self sometimes because like you knew what the situation was. So that's why if this is what you were told and it's not in alignment, then you probably should exit. Don't even get involved in that type of situation if y'all not on the same page about where it's headed. But if you can handle it, then you're grown. You do what you want. But for the women, it usually doesn't end well. So if you don't, because women will be like, oh, but I still, like you said, they fucked you or whatever, like what you said, oh, your friend, but they want you in your life because they value. But sometimes that's too much.
So that's a definite no.
What do you mean a definite no?
Because I mean, because like I said, history between them. So you're saying it does matter or it doesn't matter because there's several different things. Okay, like okay, if it doesn't matter, then
It
okay, a
matters
former
depending on
boyfriend,
the person.
that's okay.
If you're able to handle,
A former boyfriend is okay.
no, I
All right,
said,
so it does matter.
I said you're not listening to
If
what I
any one of
said.
these things, okay, completely platonic since childhood, okay, I guess that would be okay, right? Someone she slept with, that would be a no. Former boyfriend, that would be a no. Someone who previously tried to date her,
I
that would
already
be a
said
no.
whatever you
Someone she
agree
knows
on.
is attracted to her, that would be a no, right?
Whatever you agree on.
I
And
mean,
that's what you need to discuss this beforehand. Because if she has friends, they didn't just pop up when y'all got together. Or if he has friends, you should talk about that when you're dating or whatever you're doing.
but that's what I'm
To
saying. She shouldn't have no male friends
all right,
in
so
a
you need to
relationship.
tell her that conversation needs to come up, and you need to be like, when it does, then be like, yeah, I don't really think you need
But I'm
no
saying,
male
okay,
friends. You got me,
the reason
baby.
I'm saying that it should is like it should she should acknowledge that anyway because her man, the point of her being with her man is fulfillment. He should be bringing her to the next level. There is no other man that needs to be in that because he could fuck up the
I
plans
already said that I
for
wouldn't,
their
but
shit.
I can't speak for other people. I think there are
But that's
people
what I'm
that
saying.
have that call
You're
themselves
speaking for
friends or whatever.
yourself.
Yeah,
So what
I
do you
said
think?
I don't have no male friends outside. If like that's what I'm saying. I don't have no friends that's like. Plus, I don't speak to that. I mean, I guess, or they might say that we're cool, or people that I went to school. Yeah, I'm cool with them. Like I see them out and say, hey, but do I talk to them on the phone? Do I be going to their house chilling with them and do like no? Like I don't. At this point in my life, I don't have no. If I'm going to a man's house, I'm probably involved with him romantically in some way. I don't have no male friends like that, so this is what I did. I used to have friends when I was younger that were and nothing happened. We were really friends. But then I realized because some guys were around because they thought that something was gonna happen. And a guy will stick around for years and just wait. So it's like but then I felt deceived because I was like, this is but never nothing happened. But when I discovered that like, oh, these niggas they was just trying. That's just what you want. Nobody was around. You're not really my friend. Then I stopped hanging out with guys that because I didn't trust. I thought like, oh, you just around waiting to see if I'm gonna let you. Like I don't believe that it was really could be. And I like hanging out with guys more than women actually because I have a better time. It's less drama. Nobody's like it's more of a laid back. You don't got the conversation is different or whatever. Like I don't know. It's I feel I enjoy that better because a different I have a better time. I think because it's not as women are catty and they're like it's a competition, and you do all like men are just easier to deal with. Like it's just a chill vibe most of the time. There's no expectations or whatever if it's a platonic setting or whatever.
All right.
Like,
So
but
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this to that point. What would you get? So the this is an attraction question, right? Because men are whatever, women are whatever, right? Okay. So here's the attraction question. Can two people genuinely be friends even if one finds the other attractive?
no, because that fact makes it you're not really friends. That's what I'm talking about. If you even if you never act on it,
Not really friends.
that's
Not fair.
no, because why, if you're attracted to me and you and or vice versa, then why are we friends? Like what are you, like it doesn't make any sense. So it looks like you're just here waiting for an opportunity to make it become something else.
That's a
Like
belief. That's a conspiracy belief.
no, because why, I don't think you can really be if you have those thoughts. So every time I'm talking to you about something or I'm venting, I'm asking for advice about my man or something because you're a man, right? You want a male's perspective, like how you mentioned before. I can't trust you if I find out afterwards that you had some underlying, like you wanted to smash or you wanted to you telling, and then some dudes might lie and say some bullshit because if you ask them for advice just because they hating because they want to fuck with you, like that, I wouldn't trust them because like I said, there was somebody that called me sis before, and then I found out like that they liked me or whatever. It's like they didn't view me as like sis. They was interested in something else, not platonic or whatever. But it's like, and then I'm like, all this time you're calling me sis, and this is what you, like, you was always thinking like that. Like, yeah, so what the fuck are you calling me sis for? Like, that shit is like, I don't know. Like, I don't, because of a situation like that, and it always end up finding out like you trying to at the least get some vagina, and maybe you might want it to be something else. Maybe you actually like me, but at least that's always the goal for a man. Bottom line, if they get more once they get to know you or whatever, or if they maybe you are a likable woman that they could see themselves with, but that's the bottom line. They always want that. So it's not. I feel like
Bottom line is crazy. All right. Well, I said bottom line is crazy. Hold on. Let me add this. Let me add this because I think the problem with boxing of men is not, it's not completely correct because there are outliers. So I would say, to answer the question, because I'm gonna ask the question again because I know, can two people genuinely be friends even if one finds the other attractive? I'm gonna say probably, but does the attraction change the boundaries? That's what I'm saying. See, it doesn't mean that they're not really a friend. I didn't like that. I thought that's like a reach. Like that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not. Because what is a friend? Like if you look up the word actually.
because you have other intention. I think
Yeah, you can still, you're a man, they're a woman. So, like it's still, you can still have that, but that's not the only thing. You know what I mean? Like women objectify themselves more than we do. They realize they got that thing between their legs and they think that that's everything that they amount to. So that's what we treat them that way. But if you know that there's more to offer in the relationship that you guys have together than just that, yeah, but they're gonna want that. Come on, get past it. Why can't we get past it? Why can't we get past it? Well, I'm not attracted to men. So you gotta understand. Okay, biology. Hello, 101. This is what I'm saying. But listen. Okay, so I said what I said, which agreed. I don't think they should, right? But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. That doesn't mean that it can't work. I'm saying they should because there's the conflict of that. And that's why I led with my response to it being probably because there's possibilities, but there has to be boundaries in those relationships. You have to understand, okay, I got somebody, you got somebody, we probably can't hang out like that, or if we do, we gotta bring our person, and you gotta bring your person, and they gotta know that it's all right for us to chill, and you know what I mean. They gotta know, you know what I mean. The brother sister thing, I don't know where that came from. Everybody starts saying it, but you know what I mean, it's just a term of endearment of you know associating you with a female being some connection to them, some associate to them, some type of camaraderie to speak. But that don't mean they can't get at you. You know what I mean? You're still a woman at the end of the day. So you have to accept men for what they are. It can't be some big surprise. It can't be some big surprise when we exhibit our behavior for you, because we keep on saying it. We keep on saying, "Yo, this is why." But yeah, there's just gonna have to be boundaries. You're gonna have to understand certain things about men in order for you to have that relationship and acknowledge this dude that has no relation to you to just acknowledge you as just a friend. Because if he acknowledged you as just a friend, he would he would honestly he wouldn't mind doing anything for you just because you're a friend, and would treat you the same way that he treats his boys, right? Just like you said earlier. But the reason that he doesn't is because he realizes he has to be more gentle with you. He noticed that you opened up to him because you're comfortable around him, to the point where he feels like he knows more about you as a woman, not as one of the boys, one of the guys, because you're still a woman at the end of the day. So now he has that connection with you. He probably has sisters or something so he can relate to it, but he still knows that, okay, she on some other shit. Now, one time the girl might make an advance and she expects the guy to just turn away or whatever. He's a man. He's probably gonna do it. You can't fault that nigga for that. And that's a problem for me. Why do women fault men? Because if you have really, and I'm not just talking about a normal woman, if you have like, I mean, high quality, super attractive women, there's always gonna be the likelihood that you're gonna have some feelings, like, and like, what I mean, whatever. It doesn't mean that you're a terrible person. It just means that she's beautiful. Like, damn, I hope whatever dude she's with is because you know more about her than just how she looked. You know about having conversations with her. You know about going to events with her. You know about families and friends and other mutual acquaintances that you guys might have together. So you guys have a deeper connection. But the dude that's beating it up, he's getting the closest connection that you'll never get. You know what I mean? So like, why even endure that if you feel that way? For me, to like a lot of guys, that's why I say, why even put yourself in that situation? Well, if they need you for something because they realize, oh, this my bro, like he'll look out for me or whatever. I'm really that guy. Like, I'm really that guy that a woman can be like, if we cool, she can ask me for something, and I'll be like, I look out. You know what I mean? My girl might be upset about that shit. She might be like, why you going to do? You know what I mean? Because what the fuck? Like, why you going to do that for her? Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, she got a man. She got to do. Well, he don't know how to do this. You know what I mean? But it don't matter. Like, it's still kind of crossing the line. It's still disrespectful because you in a relationship. If you single and you got female friends, you know what I mean? That's different. That's a different dynamic. And it's good to have that perspective. But once you get in a relationship, you kind of got to change the rules. You got to develop those boundaries in order for that to still work.
So yeah, no, you don't need to be doing nothing for no bitch. No, I'm just, I don't know. If you have like, I don't know. I like I said, I wouldn't know your friends, like, but I feel like it's not a friend. Like, you are got something going on, or you had something going on. That. or you're trying to get, especially if it's this ain't a friend that was already around. It's a new person. Like, who's this? How long have you been friends with this person? I don't want my dude giving no bitch no money or a ride or like, I don't care. Like, I'll be more upset if you're doing stuff for another woman than if you slept with her. Because why is you doing stuff for her? Who the fuck is like? And that's why I said it's different because like then she call you, she need a picture. Bitch, you better get a man. She needs you put the couch together or something. You better pay that extra 100 for the store when they deliver it for them to send somebody out to put that together. Like, he ain't fixing your tires or doing none of that. Call AAA. Like, like no. That's why I wouldn't want them to have no. I mean, I wouldn't care, but like if you ain't doing too much, they be calling you for stuff. Like, no, because you take it away from my time. I don't know. It's too much. Like, you doing everything you fuck, and you expect me to believe that you're not fucking him. Like, come on.
Just a good guy. Um, if the male friend secretly wants your girlfriend, is he actually a friend of the relationship? I'm gonna let you answer first.
What?
If the male friend secretly wants your girlfriend, is he actually a friend of the relationship? What do you think?
The no is no, no, no. It's no every time. I don't have male friends because I don't think that's I don't trust it. I barely have female friends like that.
All right, no,
But
I agree. I agree. The next question is, what if she has no interest in him? Is it still alright? Like,
no, neither person should have interest in each other. Neither person should have interest in each other if you want to call yourself friends.
I mean, that's your friend. When you bagged her, she was blazing. Everybody was on her. Everybody wanted her, but you got her. So your boy seen how good she looked. You know what I mean? And he didn't get her, but you got her. So he want to know what it's like. He wish he had her. You know what I mean? He always wanted her, but you got her. He just happy that his boy got it. Is he still your friend? Is he grinding for that? Is he grinding for having eyes? Is he grinding for seeing
You
that this girl is
changed it. That's
beautiful?
not what you said.
I
Now
said
he's friends
I
with the
said
guy.
I said if the male friend secretly wants your girlfriend, is he actually a friend of the relationship?
Oh, I
And
thought
I
you were
said, what if
saying.
she has no interest in him?
I thought you were saying your girlfriend's male friend, because that's what we were talking about. I didn't know you were saying,
Well, I'm saying
her boyfriend's
I'm
friend.
saying women shouldn't have female friends. So I'm saying no, they shouldn't. I'm saying women shouldn't have male friends.
But you
But
said if her boyfriend's friend.
yeah, what if your friend, me,
Yeah,
a nigga,
no,
right?
no.
Or
If it started
like,
out that way and then whoever ended up with her, that should dissipate. You shouldn't be feeling no.
you still a man. What you mean? You ain't gonna feel nothing. Why can't you understand it? It's so hard for you to understand
You
that.
shouldn't be, because I feel like you're gonna try to do something.
They might.
So
They might.
So that's the problem.
That's why they not.
If
That's
that's
why
currently your
niggas
girl,
supposed
is
to
you
know
gonna
how to
still
move.
is you gonna still be with, if that's still your girl?
They not
Because
right.
you're talking about
That ain't
they're
your friend if
together.
you do it. I'm just saying.
All right. So what are you saying? So
I'm
why are you
saying they
condoning
might though.
that? Yeah, but that's not your friend. So what are you saying?
I'm saying you still gonna have an attraction. That don't mean nothing. But I'm saying, but okay. The question is if she has no interest in him, because it's like, okay, she don't really care or whatever. She think it's like
She
it's like
shouldn't
funny.
have no
And then
interest if
they
she
even
really
have it on
don't care.
sitcoms sometimes. They have a dude coming around or whatever. You make a little joke at the wife. You know, you lucky you caught that catch in the college football game because she would have been mine if we won or whatever the state championship. Yeah, I don't know, whatever, some bullshit. You know what I mean? But they be on some shit like that, and then they be like, "Oh, shut up." I always love heroes. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Look, there was this show, and then this lady, her husband, he had like, I was like his best friend or something. I don't know. They were friends. I think they went to college together or something. So she ended up with one. Well, she met him through her husband, and they slept together, and she had a kid. They never they he said he loved her or whatever, like he wanted to, but she was like, you know, they never said nothing. The dude moved. They both was married, by the way. He was married, but he got a divorce, and then he came back into town to tell her like, I got a divorce. So, but the husband still don't know that they smashed. So then something happened to the daughter. The daughter was sick or something, and she needed a blood transfusion or something. So they at the hospital, and they get tested. They like tell everybody to get tested. They tell the friends to come. It's a group of friends that are like married or couples, whatever. Like a group of friends. They told everybody like, you come get tested so we could see if you were a match, because the mom or the father wasn't a match. Who they thought was the father, because nobody knows that they slept together or whatever. So they like, then somebody's like, how can you not be the father if she, if well, because it was like, if she had this type blood, then that can only come from this and this, and you don't have that blood type. So then they're like, what? And then now he's questioning, and this is Ron Rico Lee from Sister Sister, the one of their boyfriend, not the one with the big eyes, the other one. He's the husband or whatever. So he's like, what? Like now he's thinking about it. Like, what does this mean? What are you saying? And they're like, oh no, maybe it's just a mistake with the, maybe it's something. But now,
Still, I don't need new male friends. I don't. I don't make backup plans for love. Okay, all right.
yeah, because that's what it is, really. Because you, especially at a certain point in your life, if you go to school with people and stuff like that, but like, and maybe you might meet people at work, but it stops there. Like, you don't need to be hanging out with
The
them.
work husbands.
Yeah, like no, even calling it that is like crossing the line. I feel like, because why are you calling it your husband? Like that right there, like you can't. It's basically downplaying what that is. Like, because you're saying work husband as if that's okay. Like, if you already have a husband or a man at home, then what are you calling
Now,
another man your husband for?
suppose she's completely loyal
That's not
and
loyal.
has
Just
zero
by you
romantic
saying that,
interest in the guy,
then don't call
but
him your work husband.
he would sleep with her immediately if given an opportunity. Right, Josh Mike. Right. That's really what it is. Like it's like, okay, having an attractive female friend for a guy that has attractive female friends, I have to control my desires, right? Because I gotta be honest with myself. I know what an attractive woman looks like. If you're attractive, you're attractive. It is what it is. I have eyes, right? I can see. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. But I have boundaries and I have respect. So if you don't, even if you do throw it at me, I'm gonna feel like, what is this about? Like, where's this coming from? Like, it's gonna feel awkward because that's not how we connect. And I would assume that if I behave that way for you, it would feel uncomfortable because that's not how we connect. You know what I mean? But if she know, you know what I mean, if we drinking or whatever, and she know, how I used to rock back in the day, she probably be like, all right, well, shit, niggas got wavy, whatever. You know what I mean?
It's the only one who knows how to rock.
I always been kind of a gentleman, like, you know what I mean, like to an extent. You know what I mean? I still do what I do, but I've been I'm nice to women. You know what I mean? I'm gentle. You know what I mean? So
No, you be like bitch, and then you give her on the backhand. No, I'm just kidding, guys.
they like me. They like me. They do sometimes. But that's where I have my own boundaries that I set. You know what I mean? I can't really be faithful in a relationship and give optimum time to other females if I'm dealing with one. You know what I mean? Not that. It's just a respect thing. Like I said, the boundaries is I'm in a relationship, so I know how to be like, all right, well, I'm with my girl right now, and they know when I say, hey, I'm with my girl, I'll call you back or something like that. She sees it, she hears it, they hear it. You know what I mean? Everybody knows what's going on. If it's that dynamic and she's okay with that, then that works for that relationship. But I feel like it doesn't always work out that way. It doesn't always work the same for everybody. So it's like it's really, if you do it by the numbers, how many times do shit fail? Well, it fails a lot of times because somebody had a friend. Oh yeah, that's my homie. Yeah, I knew him since I was a little kid. And y'all was playing hide and go get it. You ain't talk about that. 7 minutes to heaven, motherfuckers spin the bottle ass niggas. We knew what y'all was doing. You know what I mean? Type of friends. You know what I mean? We not we was born at night, but not last night over here. But what I'm saying is, if it did work, it was circumstances that made it work, and everybody was cool with it. Most of the time, dudes is not gonna be cool with you having a male friend, and they might feel because it's 2026, they might feel uncomfortable to talk about that. Oh my God, you're so insecure. I knew him since fifth grade.
I don't know. I don't.
Fifth
I
grade.
just feel like I wouldn't care about. I don't know because I don't have. There are
I was
people
a
that I knew
tomboy.
since I was little, like obviously going to school and stuff. But would I be like, is they my like? I don't know. I guess because people still call you their friend if you ever were. If nothing happened, we just are not around each other. Like we didn't like intentionally say I'm not. Like I said, if I see you or I speak to you, I might give you a hug, but that's it. I mean, we're not about to like start hanging out and like maybe if you get married or something, like there are people that I went to school with that guy. I would have gone to the wedding if I was invited or something like that. Like like that we cool, but I wouldn't even put myself in that predicament of like, or and like I said, we probably were closer then. There were guys that I would talk to on the phone when I was younger, like years ago, but it's like I haven't seen you in years. We just naturally fell off. Numbers changed, whatever. We done graduated from school. You got kids and stuff now. It was never that. We was friends. But I don't see the point in like, because I feel like it's gonna is especially if you in a relationship with somebody else now. Like I don't see the point in like, yeah, we can acknowledge each other when we out. Maybe we might follow each other on social media. There's multiple people that I went to school with that I follow on social media. They follow me back, but we don't be sitting there messaging each other like, and or like we might comment or like, or if something, like I said, if there's an event or something, I would go and like but it's not like we're hanging out by ourselves with because we're adults now. What are you like? I just think I don't see the point because I didn't connect with nobody like that to that degree where I feel like it would end up time would end up happening, or that would be the only reason because there's nothing outside of that. Like I don't see the value in you just being cool and me hanging with you. I could do that with my female friends and my man or somebody I'm romantically or dating, whatever. Like I don't need another man to be.
Right. I agree. Like, how do you know another man's intentions? A boyfriend may say, I know how guys think. She may respond, you don't know him. Who gets more credibility? Can a partner sometimes recognize romantic interest that a person's receiving the attention doesn't see or doesn't want to acknowledge? Like, are they oblivious to it? Can a partner sometimes recognize romantic interest that the person receiving the attention doesn't see or doesn't want to acknowledge?
I think a woman, what I think women are more perceptive to that than men are. A woman will know that if a dude is they supposed to be friends, and she'll know that he interested in her, even if he didn't say anything by the way he's behaving, and she'll use that to her advantage. A man sometimes will be. I think they're more likely to be oblivious of that. Like she wants you. Like you don't see how she doing like her like other people tell you like yo you can't see like niggas really be dumb. I don't want to say not dumb, but like they be like they don't pick up on social cues or connection and stuff like that the way women do. They don't pay attention to stuff like that or whatever. Like somebody else would have to point it out for them, and they'd be like, "Man, you tripping? That's just and they're like, no, nigga, she did this and that and whatever, and you're and like they don't know, but a woman will know and not say nothing, and like I said, use it to her she'll take advantage and like have the nigga doing shit or whatever because she know he like her and he ain't say nothing, but still she ain't never gonna fuck with him. He in the friend zone. But then a man will put a girl in the friend zone, but he will still smash her. But she his friend, right? She just his friend. She not he don't want to be with her or whatever. So both people do friend zones, but it be different. So, but yeah, I do think it depends on the gender. Women are more likely to pick up on that somebody is interested in them as more than just a friend than a man is. But I mean, if he do notice that, men will take advantage of it too. If they notice it, like I said, by keeping you in the friend zone and shit, and they still getting something out of it, or you're doing all of the things that you do. Like, cause you said, right? Oh, cause we can still be friends. Like they just can't. And y'all are spending excess amount of time together, and you're doing you open the door, she cooking and doing this or that, but y'all are just friends. Like that's too much. It's blurring the lines. Like you need to call it something. Like
If another woman cook for you, you have another woman's meal. That's cheating. Like,
yeah,
like, yeah, like, yo, that's what I'm
cause
saying.
it depends. Cause dude, she just cook for everybody. Like she just a cooking ass bitch, or she or
Everybody get a plate. Everybody should know they get a plate. Like a cookout. Every day it's a cookout.
nah, cause
Motherfucker
that's
have enough.
supposed to be
They overcook.
designated.
You know motherfuckers eating in the middle and be like, yo, they girl don't cook.
And then you threw her under the bus. Like
Yo,
you
give,
see
give
that?
your girl
Her
a
her
plate.
girl
Give your
don't
girl a
his
plate.
girl
I
don't
know
cook.
she ain't make
So
that. I know she ain't make that for
see,
y'all. So I made her a plate too.
you ain't about shit.
Damn. Drop the mic again. Listen, nah, no. Let me say this.
No, I don't care. It's for real. She could give me a break. Yeah, make a plate. Get a if yeah, bring that shit over. All right.
All right. That's like in Boys in the Hood. I'm showing my age right now. That's like in Boys in the Hood when yo tell her don't put no pork on my plate. Yo, go get him a plate. Go get your father a plate. Yo, how the old cougars try to come at your pops be crazy. What's your father doing? Get out of here, yo. But look, man, listen. I don't know, man. I feel like this. If if my boy got feelings for my girl, I'm just gonna be like, yo, my nigga, chill, yo. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say chill. If my girl really feeling me, and he do make a pass at her, she gonna spaz on him. He gonna get in trouble, yo. He gonna get arrested. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like some girls don't play that shit. You know what I mean? They don't play because that Me Too shit is real. Like, and they'll really some girls are prude. They don't play those games. Like they don't play with the team. Some girls do. You might have a cool team and they might want to give everybody a turn. Like you might be like that. But a lot of girls, if you get a wholesome girl, like and you already know she a good wholesome girl, you really the dude that's introducing her to a lot of shit. What? With one of my peoples? Nah, that's not okay. That's crazy. That's even worse. That's how easy it is for me to end it. Like I'll be like, yo, like I can't accept. It don't matter. It don't matter. Yeah, yeah. If they had smecks, if they didn't have smecks, I don't care. They just talked or whatever. They didn't get nothing, so it don't matter. But if they did it, I'm wondering why. How are they better or worse than me? Like you know what I mean? Like it's a competition thing. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to understand what happened and why they not together. Why it ain't work? What was you know what I mean? Why you just open my soda and then put it back in the refrigerator after you took a sip? Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like no, I don't want it. I don't even want it. Like right, it's flat. It's flat now, nigga. Like you done took the fizz out that first fizz. Like what the fuck? Listen, listen. You see, when you share, you always a gifter. You know what I mean? We don't share. Like, what are you talking about? It's just like yo, like you when you get to a certain age, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I want my own. Like they done opened it, sipped it. You know how many times you go to a gas station, one of the sodas is unscrewed a little bit, a bum done took a sip and put it back in the cooler. Crazy, yo. And they be trying to lie, talking about nobody ain't do it. This cap was loose. Stop trying to play me. No, the cap was loose. You got check. You got check. Give it. See if it break. When you get that little break, gotta make sure. Sometimes you be thirsty. You just be like, oh, got bum lip. Be careful. You least expect it. Trust doesn't mean zero boundaries. You can trust somebody and still have relationship expectations. Marriage and relationships are full of mutually agreed boundaries. It's saying if you trusted me, you wouldn't care. A legitimate argument or a way of avoiding reasonable boundaries.
That's shaming because you just don't because you just want to have it your way. You should acknowledge if someone But it depends on the scenario. Like if they have no reason for them to feel like for example, looking in your phone. Like I don't need to know your code and know like I'm not about to be looking through your phone seeing like who you well, I expect you to tell me certain things. So I don't like you said, trust. If I trust you, I don't need to look in your phone like what am I looking for? Like you can I mean, if people do that or you can like that's nice if you be like answer the phone or like I think that is if somebody lets you answer the phone like here answer answer it if they're doing something or whatever like that could say something but like I don't think that that's needed to me on if I feel like we should have an understanding. It's just about communication. Like you both should express what your expectations are, and if you're having disagreement, and then you shouldn't like dismiss the other person's feelings by saying, "Oh, if you trusted me, then you wouldn't say this or whatever." You gotta first ask them. I think you should ask them, why don't you trust me, or why do you need me to do this? Like, what's the reasoning behind it? Did I do something to make you feel uncomfortable or to not trust me? Try to understand where they're coming from because sometimes people have previous trauma, so you need to deduce if that's the reason why they're saying it and it really has nothing to do with you, and that's something that that person needs to work on. But if you have done something to make them lose trust, then you need to discover that by having a conversation about it and figure out if you care how to work on it if it's something that can be changed. But that's case by case. Like you just have to do it. Just you should have something that's agreed upon. You both need to discuss your expectations early on, like whether whatever dynamic of relationship you want, whatever your do's and don'ts, that should be things that you discuss. And if there are certain things that are more important and you don't agree on that, I don't even think you should go further without recognizing that this may not go the way that you want it to because those core things you don't agree on that may be an issue in within the relationship and it could cause the demise of it.
When does a boundary become control? There's a major difference between I'm comfortable with this specific behavior and you're not allowed to have any male friends. One can be a relationship boundary, the other can be controlling, depending on the circumstances. Who decides what's reasonable?
Have to agree on it.
Who?
Both of you need to talk about it. You need to talk about that before you even get in a relationship. Because why are you waste if getting in a relationship is the goal, well, it's a relationship regardless if you're dealing with another person. Whatever kind of relationship, if you want whatever you're looking for, if you don't think you're going to get to that because of the differences, then you shouldn't even attempt to do it because you're wasting your time. Like, but if all you want out of it is, if there's only one thing you want out of it, like if you're just having fun or enjoying the moment or whatever, then you need to understand that by having conversation and accept that for what it was. If you want a commitment, you both should feel the same way. If you don't feel that way in the beginning, then it's already an issue because you're not on the same page. You're both expecting different outcomes or would like different outcomes, and there's no guarantee that the someone's gonna change their mind and be like it can happen, but you shouldn't get into a situation hoping for that to happen. You should realize what was agreed upon in the beginning and be in that, try to work towards that, whatever you discuss, and that looks different for everybody. But like I said before, I think oftentimes people get in relationships or situations or whatever, and they just want the person around, and then they deal with things that they don't, and they're hoping, or they stick around thinking like, oh, this is gonna change and this is gonna happen and we're gonna do this or that, and that's not gonna happen. Like, because they said so. It's just about knowing what the direction is going for both people, being aware of what it is, and deciding what you can deal with and what you can't. And you need to do that early on. Shouldn't be involved with someone without knowing where it's headed, without having a conversation on that. And you should be in agreement of where it's headed. If one person wants it to go one way and the other person wants it to go another, how does that work? That's gonna be chaos, because you're gonna be arguing all the time. You're gonna be mad, like, oh, then she gonna be asking him questions, saying stuff like whatever. Then he gonna be like, "You not my girl," or whatever. And then she gonna get mad, but you knew you wasn't his girl, like, cause y'all already talked about that. But so it's like, you know, you need to. It's just what you want, and accept if they don't want that. Realize what that means. Don't try to ch- change it in your head like, oh, or like they gonna, when they get me, then they gonna, I'm gonna do all this and do backflips and splits and make a 5 course Michelin star dinner and do all this shit, and then you did it for nothing. Do that shit for yourself, because you need to do it if you do. Because if they said that and you wanted something else, then you shouldn't have signed up for that. Or don't be mad when you get, if your feelings get hurt. You gotta take accountability. See, and guys do that. They do it with money though. They pay for vagina. Like they'll pay for a chick that they would have never got because now they got money. Like that's the only reason why she's dealing with them, and they know that, and they don't care. And then if that nigga don't have no money, or he stopped giving her money, or tell her no, then she started acting funny, or she stopped dealing with him. It's like you knew that ain't no one ever looked like that gave you the time of day before. This lady is a supermodel, and she's not. You're not the typical person she would go for. You look like Farouk, for the wrestler, or um, Mark Henry or something. And like, but you put yourself in that situation, so you know. So you just gotta be realistic and talk about stuff. And if you talk about something that's not headed in the direction that you talked about, even if you agreed, then you need to talk about it again. Cause like, okay, we said this is what's gonna happen, and this is not, like, you, communication is the thing, and you need to know how to communicate, because screaming and yelling is not, like, it's not, it's, you're not gonna get anywhere doing that. Like, so both people need to hear each other out, and you shouldn't, there shouldn't be no blame placed on, just like you said. What did you say? Like, oh, what, it was something like using shaming tactics and like, no, stick to the topic what we're talking about. It's not this person's fault or that person's fault. How do we solve this issue? Can it be solved? Like, but people don't talk. They just have sex, and then that's it. And they have a baby sometimes, or they just fuck, and then at some point, then they're like, "What are we doing? What is this?" And then, or it just becomes a relationship, but that don't mean that you're supposed to be with them. You just started fucking, and it turned into that. And it's like some people, it don't last because they don't even like that person. They just was like, "Oh, you're here. It's been 10 years now, so we might as well just get together. But it's like you all that's left or some shit. Like, well, it didn't work out with anybody else, so let me just like that is a terrible. I can't. I think a lot of people. That's what a lot of people do. They're in relationships because of loneliness, and not. And I said this before, but I think that's what it is. They don't try to like find someone that they really are interested in. They just want someone that they can tolerate, but it shouldn't be tolerated. If you really fuck with a person like that, it won't feel like you tolerate it. You actually enjoy being around the person. But yeah, I don't know. I'm tired.
But that's basically it with this. I mean, we're beating a dead horse, but to be quite honest, it really gets deeper because a lot of people change their mind in these situations, and then it just it just eradicates the whole thing because like certain things, like okay, for instance, somebody they was in college with, so this wouldn't have been childhood. This might have been, like I said, just college or whatever. And they graduated from the same HBCU, whatever. Um, and they were in competitions like Stomp the Yard type of shit together. It was in them shits. And now she has a family, whatever. Somehow her husband let her go meet him, but your wife don't let you go meet her. You feel me? And it's like, why would the husband be cool with that? Cause she know everything about you. Her husband is a dude she wouldn't dare cheat on, but your wife know you, and probably think like, yo, you gotta, you know. What I mean? But that's the thing. She probably just wants to meet up, and husband is like, oh, I heard so much about you. He can't wait to see the type of dudes that she grew up with, so he can make fun of you when he goes back home and things are back up. 'Cause that's what he's gonna do. It's true.
That's what her friends do.
No, he doing that with the friend that the guy couldn't go meet up with because his wife wouldn't let him leave to go meet up with a friend from back in the day. But the girl, her man, allow her to go meet up with the dude because he knows so much about him. And when she meets him at the airport, he gonna invite him. He gonna pay for the dinner and everything. He gonna really make him feel like a chump. And he gonna be like, man, she's the one that got away. He's like, I hope you treating her right, man. She's a good woman. He's like, yeah, I know. We got 5 kids. And he's like, 5 kids? Why she even wanted to see me? Like, why? You know what I mean? She really a friend. She really a friend. Ooh! Go ahead, go ahead. Tell her what you saying. They need to hear it. They need to hear it.
Cause why else? Yeah, you or you still. But I feel like if you want to do that, like if you want to make him jealous or something, then you still care. Like they say, the opposite of love is hate, but I don't. But hate, I think, is it that's you still care because you hate, right? Indifference. This is what someone said on the piece. What's his name? Willie. And I agree with this. Indifference was really the opposite because you don't care one way or the other. Like you don't move me what you do. I don't care who you're dating. I don't care about it. Don't make me feel no type of way. I wish you the best. Like I don't wish you like I don't even speak about you. So it's not if it's hate, I'm probably gonna be talking about you or say or get an attitude every time somebody brings you up or something. But if it's like I just don't care, like one way or the other, then that's worse. But I feel like if she doing that and she got 5 kids with a whole, she married to someone else and she want to meet up with you, like she probably doing that to rub it in your face, or maybe she wants to see if there is a reaction because she hasn't moved on despite she has a family with someone else. She still has feelings for you. So maybe she want to see if that will, if she can evoke some type of emotion from that to give her like closure, like, oh, he still cares or whatever, and that'll make her, or he does care or whatever. But it's like, what is that gonna do? I don't really see the point unless you're trying to like stir something up. Like why? If y'all were involved in the past and you got a whole family now and y'all haven't been in touch but now they're in town, first of all, why are you calling me when you came into town? Like it's just so many, like how is we still in contact after how long has it been? I have 5 kids, so years must have gone by. You still got my number, that you think you could just call me and like pull up, like so we going out somewhere, like after you don't if we haven't been in contact within a certain amount of time, you don't know if I got a man, you don't know what's going on unless you maybe we follow each other on social media or something, and if there's anything about my personal life is posted or whatever. But it's like I feel like for you to just pop up and even invite me out, like what do you think this? Because why are you even, I don't know, I don't really see the point of it unless she's trying to make him jealous or see, like why you want to do the, why you worried about another man if you have somebody.
I like to give everybody this closing scenario. All right. So the closing scenario is male or female, but it's gonna be this gender. Your girlfriend has had the same male best friend for 12 years. You've been together for 3. He's never openly disrespected you. Then you discover that years before you met, they slept together once. She says it meant nothing and they've been platonic ever since. Are you comfortable with them remaining close friends?
I think you should be more concerned with the fact that she said that she slept with him and it meant nothing. How often have you, and I think if you say that to a man, then he's probably gonna think, how often have you slept with someone and that was your thoughts about it. It meant nothing. Um, because that's a problem. They talk about body count and whatever. If you have a past, there was a segment on the Breakfast Club, and because Cam Newton said when he got with his woman that he's with now, he asked her for her body count in a list of the guys that she um has ever been involved with. Um, they're both celebrities. She's an actress, and he's probably more. She's a newer. I haven't seen her in the industry until like the last couple years. She's been in like so she's new into the entertainment industry. But you know Cam Newton, he's a football player, and now he got the podcast. So but they're both in the entertainment industry, so she had access to whatever. So they didn't say how many. I mean, they didn't say that what she told him. They just said he he got the list and how many people that she been with. And I guess because he like in y'all in the industry, he want to know if you slept with anybody in his group or whatever, so he don't be looking like or had a relationship or whatever. Like he want to know if in case he had to be around them. So, but they was like, do you require a body count and a list of the people that she been with?
You asking me?
Yep.
Do I require a list?
Of the people that she been with in a body count.
I mean, I go by don't ask, don't tell. You know what I mean? So I don't really care about that. But if I find out, it's curtains.
So you care because if you find if she if you
I care enough I care enough to not.
you says curtains.
Yeah, because I care enough
What
to
is the
not
curtains
really
for?
acknowledge it.
If it's for what? If
I
it's
care
too
enough.
high?
Nah, because it could be past shit or whatever. You know what I mean? A lot of times, for people in general, you can't be delusional to think that you're the only one. And do you want to be like the number is crazy? Do you want to really know what that number is?
What is too much?
Too much is
If you're 40, between 32 and 40 for a woman, what's too much?
too much is 50. 50 bodies.
50.
50 bodies before you 50 is crazy. And even when you get to 50, you should have slowed down. Like you shouldn't even have got there. Like 50 bodies
Yeah, 50.
for a woman is crazy. But I'm being generous because a lot of motherfuckers would be like 50. Damn, nigga, you giving them a break.
Yeah, because they said 5.
Nigga, it shouldn't even be no more than fucking 10. But 50, I'm giving you a break because you gotta pick from what you got. You know what I mean? And then you making mistakes. You know what I mean? You don't always pick the right one. It's not many of us to choose from.
After a while, you just gonna have to spin the block so you don't keep on.
It's like
you gotta make it work with somebody.
What worked a little?
What was the best?
You know what I mean?
What was the best?
Them niggas like you. You know what I mean? Nobody else like you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck. Stay with the niggas that like you first. You know what I mean? Like, the new niggas, you don't know if you can trust them. Because they ain't looked at you before.
At least you know. Even if you can't
you.
trust them, at least you know
like,
you can't. You already been
at her, man. I ain't never talked to her. Let me try to talk to her. See what's about her. And then it's like a waste of time. Man. Well, let's take a variable out. Let's just say let's change a variable in the situation. 12 years. Suppose they never slept together, but he admitted years ago that he was in love with her. Does the answer change? Oh, okay. So even still, she still can't have no type of communication with this motherfucker.
Why would you want to be? I don't know. Like it doesn't. That's not fair to the other person if they accept it. Like the person that's saying, "Oh, I'm in love with you." Like it's not because you're basically like you're just in their face, and it's like they love you. So if y'all are being intimate, but you saying they're not even doing that. So for the guy, what are you getting out of this? You said you in love with her and she don't love you. You ain't smashing. So why what is the benefit of you being with her? Like that's not fair to you. Like
I don't know what the streets doing.
because if y'all never
Let's put
if y'all never did nothing, so that's real love. Cause y'all, if he ain't even, y'all didn't even do nothing, and he in love.
He's a creep. He's a creep. Let's put this out there. Let's put this out there. So let's say this: is the problem really men and women being friends, or is the problem people refusing to establish boundaries that protect their relationship? I don't know. Like, hold on. Let me say that again, though. Let me say it slower. Like, is the problem really men and women being friends, or is the problem people refusing to establish boundaries that protect their relationship?
You put creating rules so that someone won't do what they're naturally gonna do is like is stupid. Like for example, like you don't want to like you're saying, but yeah, but it's for the other person to follow too. You know, there are rules for yourself, but the other person is expected to follow it. Like people are gonna do what they gonna do. You can't stop nobody from doing like yeah, you can set boundaries. If they don't follow them, then move accordingly, make a decision what you're gonna do because they're not following them. Like so and that's up to you how much you're gonna tolerate of someone not following your boundaries and be mindful of the situation that you're putting yourself in because you in control of whatever. You can remove yourself, you can if that's what you feel is necessary. But that's different from person to person.
All right, that's interesting. I got one more topic because it's getting late. And this topic's gonna be. I wanted to talk about gaming, but we'll save that. We'll save that. Let's talk about the troops. We don't get to talk about the troops. You know, I used to be a troop. It was a pleasure to serve. I mean, I learned a lot of things. I seen a lot of things. You know, I know I did get some value from it. I can definitely attest to that. I got some value from it. The discussion is very sensitive. Transgender troops, should they serve? Transgender troops, should they serve? Listen, I'm really like 100% in support of anybody doing whatever they feel they want to do, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, right? On the battlefield, if somebody was gonna protect me and they were qualified and they did every training and they could pass every test and they reacted just as quickly as I could react and my other brothers in arms react, then let them get out there. We need all the help we can get. Um, it's different, but it was funny. They had this image of the guy from MASH that came up. Um, oh, what was his name? Klingon or something. But he was a he was a cross dresser, but he was in the military. I'm about to show you right here. Look.
You put that on the
Nah, I put that on Twitter. His name was Klinger. It used to come on when we had the TV with the knob. I used to watch whatever came on, whatever I could get in the reception. Listen, yeah, cause I couldn't wait to watch Archie Bunker. 'Cause that came on after. I'd be watching that. He used to have me laughing. Um, but let's talk about this. So it's interesting because we don't ever go into a political battle. We always talking about the juicy TV stuff. We got more of that, but let's talk about this. Let's give them their respect. There's some pretty messed up stories though. Um, okay, so should transgender should being trans I'm sorry, should being transgender by itself disqualify an American from serving in the US military? Or should eligibility come down to whether the individual can meet the military's requirements and perform the job? Yes or no, and why?
Yes, I think I agree with what you said. If they can meet the requirements, then they are still a human, even though they're confused about. I don't understand that aspect of it, of what they identify as, whatever. But if they pass the test and they want to do it, then yeah, they should have the same rights as everyone else, and the same, get in trouble for the same thing that everybody else. Like, they're humans.
Retro World said yes. Shout out to Retro World. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to La Hefa. Um, all right. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I agree with everybody. Yes. I'm gonna say yes. Well, what is the purpose of military standards? The military already has physical, medical, psychological, and occupational requirements. Not every American is eligible to serve. So the real debate, should transgender status itself matter, or only medical operational conditions that actually affect someone's ability to serve? Let's just say, all right, with that, let's just say that goes back into the first question, right? But furthermore, when they change something, does that affect them in some way? And yes, it does. It does. Those hormones affect their ability to perform at the same level. So then that changes the dynamic of that question. We need the best of the best, simple and plain. Absolutely, because these are the people that are protecting us. So if you're taking certain things that's making you less, the people that's on the battlefield are testosterone driven mad people. Even if it's a woman, she's a freak. You know what I mean? But the people that are on that field are people that can handle the pressure of being on that field. If you're getting cramps and migraines and you got all types of things that's going on that shouldn't be happening with you, it's gonna interfere with your ability to perform properly. I think it would. In MASH, that dude didn't have he was a dude. He was a regular dude. He didn't have a change. You know what I mean? But I think it's funny that they brought that dude up, but I think we do need people that can do their job. And I think he was like a medic anyway, so it was all right. But in any case, um, you got to be able to perform at the same level as everybody that's out there. You got it, and absolutely the best of the best. Absolutely. Should everybody have to meet the exact same standards? So I think we all can agree. Yes, everybody should have to meet the exact same standards. Um, if every service member meets the same relevant requirements, for their position. Should anything else matter?
No, because that's the most important thing. You need the criteria. As long as you're not like unaliving people while you're like in your platoon, you're not a serial unaliver or doing no crazy shit. No, they shouldn't care about what your attraction is, what you identify as long as you can do, it's not affecting your ability to do your job correctly, then it shouldn't be a factor.
Well, check this out. Are military standards actually identical for everybody today? Or do requirements already vary based on occupation, age, SMEX, and other factors? Individual rights versus military readiness. Americans generally expect equal treatment under government institutions, but military service has never operated exactly like ordinary civilian employment. Service members accept restrictions and requirements civilians don't. Where should individual liberty end when military readiness is involved? Because the whole point of this argument, if you guys don't know, is that our president, what's the exact number? It was 8,000 something. He fired like 8,000 something transgender troops. I don't have the exact number. I do have it
That's what Trump did.
somewhere.
This lady, let me see. This lady called my job because I work in telecommunications, and she called and she was we were she was calling to handle something for her mom. I work for insurance, and she was like, "It's okay, you could say it. I know Trump um did all of this because there was certain um processes that you had to go through. Stuff wasn't automatically covered that were before." And she was saying, like, because he did cut a lot of funding and stuff like that. She was like, "It's okay, you could say it. Trump, it's Trump's fault. I know." And I'm like, I can't say nothing whether I agree or disagree with that because we supposed to be talking about insurance. Like, that's all I could say. Don't want to get into a political conversation with a customer that's calling in. But I don't know. There's nothing that we could really do about this stuff. Like we just, I mean, you could be aware,
I mean,
but being
you
aware
guys
is
have
like
voted.
torture.
You guys have voted.
Uh, I
I
don't
mean,
think that
yo,
it really makes
it do matter to an extent.
on a state level. I think,
Yeah.
but when you start like, I think that stuff is already set up for the president. Like I said, we talked about this before. I think that's predetermined. Like you're born into that lineage that produces presidents. Like it's not a coincidence. Nobody voted for that. They are automatically next in line. And I think our vote is just a is just to give off the impression that we actually are making a difference. But whatever is planned was already predetermined. And they're just the face. The president who's elected is just the face of because so we can have somebody to blame is a scapegoat when things that they plan don't go the way that they expected it to. But I don't believe they really have any power. They sign off on papers, but that's because they have to. They under certain guidelines that they have to follow. So Yeah. Like on a state level, you can make change. You can vote. I mean, you can get a petition and have them fix the road or get a petition, and you can do that to your local representatives. Um, and maybe other things, whatever your interests are, like to make change in your neighborhood, it can be done. But on a federal level, I don't think we really have control over that. Example, especially if you live in one of those, what is it, where it's a red state or a blue state, like the vote is already what it is because you live over there. So it don't even matter what you like. So I don't like.
Does someone's gender identity affect combat effectiveness?
I don't think so. If they made the requirements all the same for everybody and they were able to pass it at the original rate that it was before they made alterations to make it easier for other people.
I mean,
If they did it, kept it like that, then
can they
no,
control it? Can
it
they
wasn't.
perform their assignment? Can they meet the required fitness and medical
Yeah, I'm
standards?
saying if it was
Can
the
they
way.
function
Now you
safely?
can't really tell because they lowered the bar for what you have to do or whatever to accommodate other people. If it was the way that it originally was, then those people, if you can't finish boot camp or you can't whatever, you out of here. But you shouldn't have had to change nothing. The fact that you had to change it means they wasn't qualified to begin with. You shouldn't have had to change it to make it easier. So no, if you can't meet the original criteria, you got to do 150 put or whatever they tell you to do. Run 3 miles, and you can only run one, or you ain't. If you can't do it, this is supposed to be for a reason. It's supposed to get you prepared. If you can't
Yo,
complete that,
a sniper dude with a wig or a sniper dude with a baldy, like it don't matter.
right?
So,
It doesn't matter if he could meet the
it's
requirement.
just wild that he got listed on the
But you worry about the wrong stuff. That's the distraction for the other people because they could be thrown off. Like they could be like, "What this nigga?" Like,
fucking listed with drag queens.
do they? Y'all don't wear you. The women wore makeup. That's what I'm saying. You can't even wear makeup anyway. So the only time they would be dressed like that is when you, yeah. But I'm saying the only time you would be dressed up is if you're going out somewhere or whatever. Other side of that, y'all all wear the uniform anyway. So they gotta wear it. None of that even matter unless they probably got lashes or. But do they even are they even allowed to wear lashes? Cause that's makeup too.
But
They had lashes then.
over the regulation. I mean, not that girls always try to do something to try to look cute. You know what I mean? They had to do something. So they would do whatever they could do. And that's the thing, like women are a distraction on the battlefield. Like, you know what I mean? You're looking all good, you trying to protect them and shit, like you some hero.
But I'm saying if it's a man, if it's a trans, you're not even gonna. I mean, you could probably look at them and
Probably
tell,
gonna
but
talk
y'all
about it.
all wearing the
Probably
same
gonna,
thing because
yeah, they'll
they
probably do
can't
challenges and stuff. They'll probably, you know what I mean?
they can't have their nails done. They can't not no long nails. You probably you can't wear makeup while you on whatever. They would just have.
Be in the military though. That's crazy.
Why do women want to be in the military?
I don't know. I don't know that either.
It's the same reason.
Is
Just
it?
because they want to
Is it
be.
the same reason?
They think like a woman. That's why they want to be a woman.
So what's the reason for women to do it? And that's probably the reason.
Because they're interested. I don't want to be in the military, so that's just something that they're interested in. But I'm saying it don't matter because you said why would a man that wants to be a woman want to be in the military? Why do women want to be? Because a woman still want. Why do a woman want to play basketball? Some women like to do stuff that typically most men find more enjoyable. Like I don't want to do no shit like that. I don't want to be no. I do. I don't mind playing sports. Like I'll play that, not like a real game, but I'll shoot around and like do play around and do defense and stuff. Like I don't know. I do like to do stuff like that or whatever. Like, but or even football. Like I played football before. I played kickball and stuff. I like to do activities. But I don't want no man job. I don't want to be no construction worker or no fireman or no cop. It was these two ladies at the Black Wall Street event and they was cops and one of them was really she was beautiful. And I'm like, huh? You know her?
Nah, nah.
You seen her?
I said.
Yes. But and I'm like, she is too pretty to be. I mean, that sounds shallow or whatever, but I just don't picture a woman playing. Maybe I'm like, I don't know. I do believe that I just wouldn't want to do it, so I don't understand. Because I have done jobs where I think typically more men excel at those jobs, like working in a warehouse, and I hated it. Like I hated it, and I worked in multiple warehouses, but I did it because it was a job, and I got to work. So I'm a part of the working class, so that's the only reason why I did it. As soon as I found something that was less physically demanding, then I switched to that because I would prefer to work at home, be typing, or if I had to work a normal 9 to 5, I would love to get monetized so that and get paid off for making content. But so, hit that like button and share and subscribe to make that happen. Okay. We got 5,039 subscribers. Try to help us get 6,000. Share our content. Tell people about it. Okay.
Yeah.
And we got merch too. So if you interested in purchasing that, then you can email us 30 or 20 meh@gmail.com. Um, so yeah, we have hats and t-shirts, and we can make different merch, different types of things like keychains or whatever. If you're interested in, or if you have ideas, um, then let us know.
All right, but this this gets deeper. Okay, so we said it shouldn't affect your combat effectiveness. Let's go deeper. Medical readiness is a legitimate discussion, right? So the military evaluates many medical conditions because treatment needs can affect deployability. So now we're talking about can they be deployed? If they can't be deployed, that's a problem, right? So should gender-related medical care be evaluated under the same readiness principles as other ongoing medical needs? The important distinction is between evaluating an individual's actual medical circumstances and automatically assuming every transgender person has the same medical situation. But the question is, should gender-related medical care be evaluated under the same readiness principles as other ongoing medical needs? They're going to have their own separate thing.
If you gotta make separate accommodations every time for every situation, then y'all just need to just figure out which you need to go back to your assigned gender at birth. Because
It's not all just cut and dry, like just because they can perform all the duties. Women do get treated differently in the military. They do have certain other things that they
yeah, but it
do
shouldn't be
besides.
that. It should be because this is something you're putting your life on the line. So I don't think they should be lowering the threshold of what you.
What they doing is to get the benefits. That's what it is. They get the medical benefits so they can use it to get the modification that they want to get, because the medical benefits for the military personnel and active duty is so much easier. It's so much cheaper. You just go get it done and it's covered because you want active duty status, body mods, all that.
Our tax dollars, because that's where that's coming from to pay the men in arms, the people in the military. It should not be covering. I said the people in the military. That's why I said people after, so that includes. Um, they should not. We should not be paying for you to get gender reassignment surgery, okay, or gender affirmation or whatever it's called. Every week they change the terminology and add something else, add another letter to their acronym or whatever. Like, I'm sick of it. This, you don't have to do all this. Like, you're just a human. They should just behave just like humans do. Whatever gender you want to be, that's on you. But we shouldn't. The world doesn't need to change for you. You should be able to get a job where you want to get a job. You should be able to, but you also got to realize everybody's not going to accept it. Some people are going to be, I don't mistreat them. If you want to be called, I'm not going to call you if you're if you're a man, if you were born a man and you're trying to say that you're identified as a woman, I'm not calling you she or her. I will say your name, but unless, yeah, I will say your name because I'm not just gonna be rude to you or, but I'm not going into this delusion with you that you think that you, because that's what it is. I'm gonna just call them their name. I'm not gonna say nothing about their gender because a name is a name. So if you tell me this your name, I'm gonna call you by that name. But I'm not about to be like, I'm not gonna say her unless I might make a mistake. But shit, I might make a mistake and say him, and that's what you are because I might make a mistake. That's why I'm gonna just call your name because I'm not, because you're not that. That's in your head, and I'm not about to feed into that because that's how you feel. Because biology tells us whatever you're born, when you come out the womb, if you got a penis, then you're a boy. If you have a vagina, then you're a girl. So if you decide you want to cut it off or create a penis or after when you get grown, that's still don't change what you are. You still can't have no kids if you're a man. You can't have a kid, like give birth to a kid. You can get somebody pregnant if you have, if you didn't, if you still have your member and your sperm and whatever, but you can't give birth to a child if you were born a man. So if you still can't do the same thing, you're not going to get your period, you're a man. And if you a woman and you can get pregnant, I don't care what you identify as. I'll respect you. I'm not gonna be like, insult you or whatever, but I you still a woman. Like, because men can't have children, can't give birth to children. So I'm not feeding into that. I'm gonna call you by your name. And we need to stop making all of these alteration and changing of, like, if you can't do this, like I said, in any regard, whatever this topic is, if you can't meet the requirements that are already in place, that if it's meant for a man, like typically most men do those jobs. If you can't produce at the same level that they can, then you don't need to be doing that. Whether you're a woman and that's what you actually identify as, or whether you're a man and you want to do a female job or whatever. Like, I don't know. There's no such thing as really a male or female job, but it's just the like them manual labor type of jobs. Women typically don't want to do those. So I don't know why they be like, it's like, I mean, yeah, people can do what they want, but I don't think they should have to change things to accommodate you, because that's a problem. especially when we talk about you're putting your life on the line. You talk about the military, you need to be able to perform at a certain level. So they shouldn't be lowering the threshold just to make it uh and if you just go into the military, first of all, I forgot that you said that. If you just going into the military so you get gender affirming surgery, then that's crazy. You should not be getting in the military just so you could get medical coverage. Just for that reason, like that's crazy. If you doing that, then there should be deeper a deeper meaning behind it. Like not just like I don't know. I guess it's a job like anything else to most people. But I think certain jobs you should actually like in the medical field, if you're a nurse or a doctor or a CNA, you should actually love what you're doing, and you should not. Obviously, yeah, you it's a career. You need the money, but the main reason you should be doing it is because you want to help people. So if you join the military just to get medical coverage, like that's crazy. Like I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of selfish, and you can't be. You're putting your life on the line for other people, so you can't be doing it for yourself when it's not about you when you decided to do a job like that. That's more than a job. Like that's
Alright. What actually creates cohesion? Personal similarity or competence and trust? Talking about unit cohesion.
all of that.
Now, as a veteran, I think it's important um, to have competence and trust. If we do have competence and trust in the people that we're dealing with, then we know that they're going to make the right decision, regardless whether we're there or not. And they're not going to wait to make that decision because they're always going to make the decision that they were trained to make. Um, but we develop that through countless training. But the military shouldn't be focused on social issues. It should be focused on fighting wars. Does allowing qualified transgender troops to serve create a distraction, or does repeatedly making their service a political issue create the distraction?
It is a
What about
distraction, but it's like I said before, or like you just said, it shouldn't be focused on that, regardless of because first of all, like I said, if you're in combat or when you're on the whatever in training or whatever, you can't do certain stuff anyway. So it shouldn't be drawing that much attention because y'all all wearing the same uniform. Like you could probably look at somebody and tell, but they can't wear makeup and stuff like that. So y'all, the only thing they might have maybe they got a wig on or something. But you got to have your hair in a bun or something, don't
maybe
you?
they got
If you
boobs?
got, huh?
Maybe they got boobs. Maybe they got implants.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, sometimes they just take hormones and and it makes their breasts develop.
But what if they got?
And they be
What if they
like
got
big, just
implants?
like it be
And
looking
that
like
and that's the
because
problem.
you would think like
For
because
the
how
stuff that
you're,
we gotta do, they could bust, they could rupture, or something.
but that could
You know what I
happen
mean?
if a woman has implants.
I mean, she shouldn't have implants. And being there may be guidelines against that.
Well, I don't know. I don't
I'm
want to
just
join the
saying.
military, nor do I have any cosmetic surgery done, so I can't speak to that. But like I said, if whatever the normal guidelines for you to be in the military was before they made any alterations to accommodate different groups of people, they shouldn't have changed it. Whoever couldn't meet it, then I mean, if it wasn't based on race or anything like that, if you could meet the physical requirements, then you should be able to do it.
Should someone already serving successfully be treated differently?
This guy just it's there's this guy that I seen um on Instagram, and he people was there was a controversy because he's in the military, and I don't know if I think he retired now, but he's not he's still pretty young, or he ain't that old like that or whatever, but he was like he's gay, like he's openly gay, like you can see that he is, and people had a problem with it because of the content that he was posting or whatever, and it was like how you and he decorated. He had all these medals and stuff, so he was still able to do his job. But is that because they lowered the threshold? Well, he's a man. He doesn't identify as what he's just gay, but he's very flamboyant, and, But people had something to say because it was like they didn't feel that. Let me see if I can find it. See, look it.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You were saying. uh, But he was able to do what he needed to do. So I mean, you can't control other people. If it bothers you that much, then I guess if it was a person and they were thinking about joining the military, then don't don't do it because you can't control who they enlist.
Nah, you definitely.
But I think people that be so concerned about with another, because it's not like you can't just assume that just because they're gay that they want you, because I think that will be because like they be like, oh, they was probably looking at me the whole time, like just because somebody's into the same sex, that doesn't mean that they might still have friends that are really their friends because they're still a man or they're still a woman. That doesn't mean that every single person of the same sex, just because I'm gay, that doesn't mean I want every girl that I see. If a man's gay, doesn't mean he wants every guy that he sees. Like he actually could really be your friend and not like. And then guys be like, "Oh, I don't," but it's like he does. You don't really need to know about his love life. That's not really your business. And if he ain't doing nothing to you or hitting on you or whatever, or try to kiss you or no shit, then he's still the same person. That's a separate life outside of what your relationship wasn't built on that, so it shouldn't matter. Now, obviously, if he was like and there are some gay guys that you wouldn't even know that they were gay unless they told you. But if I could see how it would make you uncomfortable if he's like very flamboyant and stuff like that, or one of the ones that wear makeup or something, then it's probably like you doing too much. But if they act like a masculine man and you didn't know, you just found out because a video got leaked of them giving somebody the like that guy that he told us. I'm sorry for you. You gotta be careful with your sex tapes. Don't be stop recording yourself. You can't trust these folks. Okay? Everybody. Or I don't know. If you take that chance, then you better not piss them off because they gonna. Some people don't know how to act. Yeah, so and they don't even care about putting themselves because they in the shit too. They like fuck it. I-
They already know about that.
it's like,
They don't know about you yet.
uh, but yeah, I don't know what I was saying.
Volunteering to defend a country that is debating whether you belong. There's an interesting moral question here. Someone is saying, I'm willing to potentially risk my life for this country. How strong should the government's justification have to tell a person they cannot serve?
I can't find the bar.
How strong should the government's justification have to be to tell that person they cannot serve? Person that's willing to die.
They can't tell them that because that's not the law. It's legal.
President versus Pentagon. President versus court. Who should have the greatest authority over military personnel policy? The commander in chief, military leadership, Congress, federal courts when constitutional rights are implicated. How much should military personnel policy change whenever administrations change? Take Trump out of the question for 5 minutes. How much should military personnel policy change whenever administrations change?
It depends on what we shouldn't be changing because that new person was elected. It should go according to what needs to the need, what needs to be done. And if something ain't broke, they don't fix it.
So if if because we spending money, we could be spending towards gear and weapons, and we're spending on medical needs because they're getting injections and all these other things. Because they don't just become a woman; they become a woman of 2026 with the big butt and all that other stuff. So they get everything done.
Well, you don't have to do that. That's what I'm telling you. If they take hormones, they can get the gender affirming surgery, which is just removing or changing their gender. But you don't have. You can just take hormones. There are some that just take hormones, and they might have doctor surgery to get that part removed. But hormones can grow you breasts that look like real women's breasts, and they don't have to. Now, some might go to extra steps, but that probably wouldn't be included in that. The gender affirming surgery is just for the gender. You get anything in the butt on that cosmetic surgery, but you can get probably a better result from taking hormones because it's developing naturally as opposed to you getting butt surgery. Like there are men that got started taking hormones and they grow, they make you grow boobs. Like there was somebody that came on Kendra G. And then the younger that you get it too, well, they probably got it when they were older, but like the younger that you get that, like you start taking hormones before you hit puberty, or when you're still kind of young before your body develops into how it's naturally gonna be, you can the better it looks, the more natural it looks. And the longer you take the hormones, you see these women start growing facial hair, like a full beard and stuff. That's from the hormones. Like it made all, and then it makes you get the woman get breasts. And I mean, well, the one that's trying to be a woman that gets breasts and get they become more shapely, and then like even the women, they looking like they going to the gym, working out, and all buff and stuff, and they neck all full and stuff, and it's a woman, but you can't even tell, like because then everybody's not getting surgery outside of you can't see that though unless you're intimate with them or whatever. But some of them are just working out and taking hormones. It's just I don't know.
All right, let's have one more closing question.
You said one more.
No,
this
is it. No, for this topic, this is it. Would your opinion change if the transgender service member standing in front of you had already completed multiple deployments, earned commendations, and served for 15 years?
If he won those, if he has those accomplishments, or they, whoever this person is, has those accomplishments, you can't take that away from him. But I only say if you change the rules to make it easier, then that's not really fair. It should be a standard, and it should be at a certain level considering what you're doing. Um, and if they are able to meet that, then you can't take away their accomplishments. They earned it. Let them retire early. I don't know if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. It's just confusing. People need to like, I don't know. This world is just like I said. I don't know why a woman would want to be in the military, but if she can meet this requirement, then I don't know. And if you want to be a woman and you a man, then I don't know why he. Because I don't want to do that. I'm about to be getting shot at or almost blown up. I'll protect the people that I care about, but I'm not like I help people that I don't know in other ways, but it ain't gonna be by staying on the front line. That's for sure. Like I'll give them some money. I'll buy a bum a meal, or I have done that. So, or somebody that's homeless, but that's not where I come in to assist. That's not my place.
but that's it for tonight. Unless you want to keep going, I'll do that.
No, because I'm tired. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Get Lifted. 30 is the new 20. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe. And click the notification bell so you're notified the next time we post or go live. I'm La Hefa.
And I'm Smiley Jizzle. We got one more comment that came in. You want to read it?
Wars are being fought on a biochemical level now, anyway, so we don't need a force of soldiers for battle as much, really. Yeah, that's true because the way technology has evolved is kind of scary. Like the robots is gonna take over. Um, there is. That's gonna be
Yo, what about those bugs, yo?
the
The
new
little
bugs.
beetles that be eating like
Yeah,
every
that's
corner
different
you.
color. It got like I don't know.
I
They
got
coming out with all these new insects and they're trying to kill us. They put poison in the food. They got the robots is teaching the students now in school. They got self-driving cars. Yeah, I be seeing it, and they said it caused cancer or something if it bites you. And I be
Did you
seeing
see
them
the clip?
around. No, but they said if it
Merc.
bites
It's
you,
that Merc whenever
you
you
get
see
show them.
the mirror telling people.
Ain't you seen that? They said if it bites you, then you're gonna get some disease. It carries some disease. I forgot the name of it, but I be seeing them around all the time, and they didn't used to be around. I never used to see those, and then now I see them everywhere.
It's an ugly creature. I was up close and personal on them.
It's not ugly. It's just I
It
don't want to
is
get
ugly.
bit.
Look at that.
But
Look at that thing. What is that?
it looks like a butterfly.
No, it looks like it's like gross.
It's an insect. So,
Ugh.
all right, guys. Thank you for tuning in, everyone, and stay tuned for our merch. You could email us. Uh, I'll link that down below if you're interested in some Get Lifted merch. Okay. Thank you. Have a good night. Get lifted.